hey, if everybody else has a bad morning,
It's a winner.
that could still be a winner.
Nice sink.
Oh, big sink. You heard him add the power. What was he trying to do with that power right there?
Just arrest his descent.
Unfortunately, there's a fine line. You add enough to keep it from touching the ground early, which is that big white line. If you touch 1/10 of an inch before it, you are disqualified. We measure that with both a laser, and we have a finish line camera looking right down on that. So that power, it kept him from touching down early, but it drove that airplane forward, and you saw how he ended up landing about 50 feet past the line. Yesterday out here at practice, we had about twice as much wind, and so you kind of got to adapt to the weather conditions each day. It's cooler today, but definitely not the headwind.
Oh,
There's a scratch for us. There was a scratch.
well, he's not going to be happy with that, but he's got a couple more shots here. Lining up light touring.
Now, how the categories work here, folks, is they're all based on the certified max gross weight of the airplanes. So what we just saw was what we call our heavy touring class. Those are hosting the 185s, the 182s, the 206s, the 210s, the MAL M9 series airplanes. They fall into that, and if anything else, it has a gross weight of 2,500 pounds to 3,600. Now here is Jeff and I's favorite class coming up, and maybe that's because this is
Slightly biased.
Yeah, slightly biased, because this is the class we compete with. We both fly Cessna 170s. We call this the light touring class. So pretty much any of your Cessnas from your 150s up to your 177s. You've got your MAL M4, 5, 6, and 7 series, and your Stinsons will be in here. Basically anything up to a 2,300 to 2,500 pound gross weight. Our first gentleman that we have lined up here, that is a beautiful, pretty stock Cessna 172, and everyone makes fun of the 172, but this Army colonel, Matt Peterson, I'm out of Ethel, Louisiana. I'm probably screwing that up because those Cajuns don't say anything right. Stock 0300, stock wing, light. The nice thing about the tricycle gear airplane, though, Jeff, is it really lets you put the AOA. Yeah. There's no tail wheel to keep you from not being able to rotate to the max extent. So we'll watch that. You know it's a perfectly timed rotation. If you can get the tail ring to touch the ground at the exact same time that the mains come off the ground, then you have timed it perfectly.
Well, I know Matthew's been practicing, so let's see what he can do here.
Well, we both competed against him at the National STOL event at Texas.
Gainesville.
Lone Star STOL. The judge is rolling him up and stopping his center of his main gear axles right on that line. Looks over, gets the thumbs up, full power. That's 6 cylinders of Continental doing everything it can. This is probably going to be about the 150-foot range, I think.
Oh, he
kept it
that was
airborne.
perfect.
That was nice.
Perfect.
That was as good as it was going to get today for the conditions that he had, and it looked to be around 170 feet or so.
He could not have pulled 1 second sooner. That right main started to come back down and just barely missed the dirt.
Now this is a unique airplane. This thing is kind of a Frankenstein. The only thing that's lightweight in it is the skinny pilot. That is Diesel Joel Dobson, Air Force buddy of mine. He flew F-16s, and we will make fun of him. If he'd only done better at pilot training, he could have got a real airplane.
He just gave up a couple feet right there.
He did just give up a couple feet.
That's the F-16 guys from out of here.
He rolled long right there. This is a Cessna 172 that's converted to a tail dragger with a Franklin 180-horse engine and a constant speed prop. It is a heavy airplane. Looks like he is going to roll, reset, or they have. He may have rolled so long that they DQ'd him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they're going to give him. They're going to give him a reset.
Good. Can't let him off that easy.
Maybe a little bit of jitters.
Our light touring class is a little light right now anyway. We need them all.
He is going to win the figure taxiing portion of our competition today with that beautiful Pirouette 8. And he's got a lot of 8s on that end number, so maybe that's it.
I think he owes us a beer later.
You think? All right, Diesel, let's get this thing going. It is a pretty heavy empty weight airplane. There's a lot of mods to it that just drive the weight up a little bit on the conversions. But he sure flies it well. Went out to Arkansas and did a nice job with the airplane there. just missed the podium.
He was very happy to not come up last.
True.
Second to last.
He actually can creep forward just a bit. Matt's coming around base. We'll see. We got the line judges out there. The air boss up top is running everything. It looks like there's a thumbs up. Power up. Oh, that Franklin sounds good.
Sounds smooth, and it sounds like about 100 extra pounds. Pulled just a second too soon.
He did pull just a little early. Now, every airplane has its compromises, and that big, nice baby bush wheel, while it's wonderful operating on the gravel bars and the soft sand, it does reduce some of his AOA that he can pull on that initial rotation. All right, so let's look back down on final. Here comes the first of our light touring competitors on final. Now, some of the challenges part that Matt, his first real competition was over at Lone Star STOL, and he did a great job there. If I remember right, I think he was third on the podium there, wasn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah. Loves to fly Young Eagle aircraft, or Young Eagle flights with the Experimental Aircraft Association, and sharing his love of aviation with the youngsters. Now, typically what you'll see with this airplane, a stock wing, very similar to my 170, just where we put the third wheel is the only difference. So he should be looking at final approach speeds around 43, 45 mile an hour, carrying about 1,700 RPM and low ground effect here.
Power. Power.
Oh, that one's going to hit short.
At least he waved. He waved to us.
Yeah. All right. So all of a sudden, Diesel Dobson has a chance. A better chance. I meant to say a better chance.
Okay. He might come up short here too.
Psychological warfare. It's all part of the game. And that's the thing. I mean, there's pilots out here that can fly great airplanes, but when you start doing it in front of a crowd, when you start doing it in front of a camera, when you start doing it in a competition, it is a different game.
You started your psychological warfare on me yesterday already.
I need all the help I can get, buddy.
A little side drift going on there. That wind is a little variable, we can tell that.
Well, we got about a 45-degree crosswind component all the way down. We didn't have that yesterday, and what that means is we're going to get some turbulence off this tree line.
Oh, yeah.
That is definitely going to make it easier or a little tougher. Now, Joel's probably gotten distracted by that. Looks like possibly an F-16 coming up on the initial for the paved runway.
Kind of like a squirrel for him. Need some power.
Oh! Man, so close.
Jughead, we're in the money right now, buddy.
Yeah, we haven't even flown.
If they can keep this up, I will let you have second.
You notice on the top of that, the wings of that 172 there, you've got the a Horton STOL kit with the fences helping to prevent lateral flow of the air, and he's running VGs up front. So got a pretty good efficient wing on it, but like I say, it is a heavier airplane.
But aren't those fences, those are like training wheels for F-16 pilots, right?
All right, looking for our next class to get out here and get going. They may be a little bit behind. Let's see what we've got coming up next.
Should be Bush coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we should be. Should be. This is all jacked up. It's like he doesn't even have the early class. Oh, there it was. Yep. All right, coming up next is our Bush class. These are what we consider kind of the old classics. So our certified Super Cubs, the early PAs. Will fall in there with the Bush. Our Huskies or Stinsons, Taylor Crafts, and some of the new stuff, the Top Cubs, the Carbon X Cub, and we're going to see the NX Cub being flown here as well. Probably the first for a lot of people to see that very unique Bush airplane. It may look funny, but it's super capable, and it's got a history of doing what needs to be done to get some great performance. Austin, alrighty. Austin Clemens, Doug Smith, Don Lamont, Ryan Morgan, Baron Oglesby, all coming up here in this next round. So this is the first time that we're going to see aircraft represented by our national STOL sponsor, Aviat Aircraft. Of course, they make a wide variety of wonderful airplanes, all the way from the Pitts to the Husky. You know, the Husky's been such a great classic. I had the opportunity, really the first tail dragger I flew a lot was a Husky at work. We actually ended up setting a world distance speed record with it when it was on floats. Flew it from Washington to Minnesota on a speed record with floats. And my claim to fame was I spent about a week in the hot summer sun in a hangar putting drag reduction tape on the floats to help the boss and the owner get it to fly a little faster.
You don't think of an aircraft like that in a speed record.
No, but if you actually go and look at like FAI records, they're all different sorts of categories and classes and lots of different things. So still getting the rest of the beginning of our airplanes out here. This first one we're going to see out here today, Ryan Morn, that beautiful, pretty much stock 150 horse Super Cub. It has kind of set the standard around the world for Bush airplanes.
Now, Jughead, do all of these have heel brakes?
No. Well, actually, let's see here. The Pipers will. The Husky does. Actually, the new Huskies, I think, may be converted over to toe brakes. Do you remember off the top of your head? I haven't been in a brand new Husky in a long time, but I actually think they are back to toe brakes on them. Well, give us something to do with the brake. We'll go check it out and make sure. Why don't you talk to the people? What's the difference between the toe brakes and the heel brakes? Is that just kind of the Fred Flintstone effect?
Well, I can tell you right now, if I had heel brakes in my 170, my propeller would only be about 6 inches long. So when these guys are coming in with heel brakes and able to stop the way they do, they're working, these are tail draggers, so they're working the rudder, but at the same time, they're having to work the brake with their heel. Now myself, I'm not that coordinated, so I have to have toe brakes or break things.
Well, I got to admit, I've flown a lot of airplanes with heel brakes, and while I can use it for basic control and stop, and I absolutely cannot precisely do it. Maybe it's my huge size 13 feet, but that is a whole new thing. The toes are working the rudder pedal, the heels are working the bottom, and that is not easy to do. I have a lot of respect for those guys that are gals as well that are good at it. Okay, Ryan's getting called up to the line. How this works is the aircraft are talking to our air boss. He's basically our local air traffic controller, and he will direct them out onto the line. And they're going to pull up there just short. If you look over there by the national STOL flag right at the line, one of our big gentlemen out there, can't miss him, about 6'4", standing right on the line. He will then, once that airplane is cleared to the line, will give them hand signals to motion them forward all the way up to the edge, making sure that everybody's starting exactly at the same place so it's a fair contest. There it is. Then with the clearance from the air boss, they'll be giving a thumbs up, power up, Super Cub's really light on the tail. You can fly that tail right away. The flaps are up until he's ready to fly. Lowers them, rotates, and that one was just a little early today, Jeff.
Left a little bit on the table. He'll get her on the next round.
Absolutely. Now, kind of going back to an earlier version of that same airplane, though, the Super Cruiser. Same horsepower, no flaps, though. Makes it a little tougher to max perform. My brother's got one of these. Now his is super modified, 180 horse, and it's got flaps been added to it. It's basically turned into a 2.5 person Super Cub. Really fun to fly. Piper, they had it right at Lock Haven, Pennsylvania. They figured something out. All right, the air boss is checking the air. Spacing's good, schedule's good. Oh, and again, same thing. Everybody went just a little early. Not only has the wind got a crosswind component, but we've lost almost all of our headwind. And so, especially compared to the 10 knots we had on the nose yesterday,
we got it coming over those trees right there, too, so that's going to probably give them a little bit of a downdraft, messing them up a little bit.
All right. Now, check out the Husky label on this, the back of this Husky. That's not your normal happy Husky dog emblem right there. This thing's, he's out. He's ready to play. He is ready to go. And this airplane, basically 65 years later than the Piper Cub, designed to make improvements on that design.
Now this is 180 horse?
Yeah.
Oh, he's off.
Oh,
Nice.
150 foot. Beautiful takeoff.
He probably could have pulled it just a second sooner even.
Yeah, but he's got a good one in the bank. Now he's just got to come in and make that one good landing. Doesn't have to be perfect. Make one good landing. He's got one that he can count on.
There's the happy Husky.
There's the happy Husky, yeah.
Now, Jughead, do all these have 180 horse?
They do, yeah. Constant speed props. Great all-around backcountry airplanes. They're fast enough to cruise and get across the country, 125, 130 mile an hour. But get in and out of a 300-foot strip all day. Carry what you need. Great visibility, good comfort. The heater works. You laugh. You're a Minnesota guy. You should understand the importance of a good heater in an airplane.
Hey, I've got a good heater in mine.
You do?
I do. It'll cook you out of there. At least in the front two seats.
I'm going to safety wire yours on while you fly.
That's not very nice. He's off clean. That was at about 175, or is that 2?
Yeah, I think that's. I think he went on the 2 side. He could have brought that a little earlier. She actually lifted off. Nice smooth takeoff, but tail was still off the ground a little bit, so he had some more there. Okay. Cub on the long final. May take a while to get here at the speeds they're flying final here.
I'm going to go use the restroom quick. And
45 mile an hour, grab me some lunch. Ryan's another Florida guy, so hopefully all the local fans out here up from Stuart, Florida, are rooting him on. He does have VGs, which will help keep that air flowing over the top of the wing, what we call boundary layer. Separation prevents it, gives him better control at the slow speeds. So that should help him over a totally stock airplane. Gets it into low effect, sets that AOA. Now it's a power management issue. Power. Oh, he got it. Gave up about 40 feet on the landing, but that looked like it could have been a 40-foot short. Not bad. Going to bring it to a stop about 230 to 40 feet there, it looks like.
That's not easy to do, that tail wheel touchdown. And generally when that happens before the line, that's your end.
You've got to have enough wing to support it still because, yeah, once the tail goes down, it's nothing but wing trying to keep you in there now. All right, our cruiser, Super Cruiser, let's see how he does. Obviously a faster approach speed without the flaps. Now it's a matter of where to cut the power. That's looking good.
He's in it.
Oh, about a 60-foot touchdown. Now ride the brakes. Don't skid them, but be just so close to skidding them. You'll see our judges, our line judging is being done a little bit different here. While we're still have a manual backup, we're shooting a LiDAR or a laser rangefinder to get very precise measurements on our landings. Because believe it or not, I have been at a contest that was won by an inch or less. All right, here comes the first of our National STOL sponsors, Aviate Huskies. You can see the VGs across the top of the wing.
Nice steep approach there.
Nice, that is good. Oh, a little bit long. Look at what is that?
Did his prop just go beta?
He did go to beta.
What in? I want one for the 170.
You want? All right, for folks that don't know beta, most propellers on general aviation airplanes only push one direction. That airplane right there, when he landed, the prop actually turns the blades to a reverse angle, and that prop was pushing him backwards. Much like when he landed jetliner and they power up on the landing roll, he was using engine and prop thrust to push him backwards. That's impressive. That is cool. But what's the downside to a reversing prop, Jeff?
Well, I don't know anything about them other than I want one after seeing that.
Well, obviously it's a little more expensive. There's got to be a little more weight and complexity to it.
I guess one would think so.
How busy are you when you touch down trying to maximize a landing?
Usually eating a sandwich. What are you doing? That's a little short.
You're riding the brakes for all you're worth. You're throwing the flaps off. You're controlling the yoke. You are so busy, and now he's got to reach up there and run two more buttons or levers somehow to put it into beta and run the power.
Well, he's a young kid too. I think I heard he was 17, so he's probably used to like video games and stuff. He's got like all sorts of coordination that I don't have.
Yeah, that could be true. Doug Smith there just brought in that last Husky, Tallahassee, Florida guy. So another good local. That's what's great about having this event down here is get to bring in lots of people that maybe can't make it out to some of the STOL events out west.
Yeah, you look at that windsock now, Jughead. I've watched that thing come all the way from north to south or east to west. I don't even know what direction we're facing right now, but that's going to make it tough on those guys coming in.
Well, and tomorrow we're forecasted to be turned all the way around the other way. All right, you got to be honest with me here, Jeff. Talk to me about your thoughts about the NX Cub.
You know, they're not a sponsor, are they?
No.
Okay, so I can say anything I want?
Yeah, you can pretty much say anything you want.
They're, you know, I'm gonna say like this in the Zenith. While they look nothing alike each other, I think they both have a face only a mother could love. Now that's my opinion. It's maybe not worth much. It's my 2 cents. Is what I got.
Well, I will say this: we're gonna watch him perform, and I think after he performs, people are gonna change their mind. They may not look like the most natural-looking airplane, but they built nose gear Piper Cubs. They built nose gear Pacers. They built nose gear Champs. So it's following a long history of taking a great airframe and making it accessible to.
Well, that's pretty impressive for a nose dragger, isn't it?
Well, there's our first sub 100-foot takeoff, somewhere in around the 80-foot range. You could hear the snort. That I think those are running 390 engines. Yeah, 393 IOs. So that thing coming out of Yakima, Washington, Cub Crafters, and being flown here by our Southern Cub representative, Chuck Kinberger. That was a nice takeoff.
How many horsepower is that 393?
A bunch.
A bunch?
Yeah.
So I want one for the 170?
Yeah, it's 200 plus. I don't know if they'll give you the true answer of what it really is putting out. You might have to actually put it on a dyno to
Skunk
really
Works,
know.
secret stuff. All right.
Yeah. So the benefits, again, we talked earlier on the 182s. When you have that nose gear, it's sitting at a low angle of attack, so there's no drag while you're accelerating. The pilots aren't looking at airspeed to figure out when to take off. It's all based on feel and timing. And when he pulls back on that stick, pulls the flaps, and that tail, his tail didn't get all the way down. That airplane can get. Hey, there we're back. All right. Hate it when you have a power loss.
Check, check. All right. You got me? No.
Tell. All right. Well, had a little audio problem there. Hey, good looking. Yeah, we're talking to you. Okay, we had our index cub. He did a spin on downwind for some space in there. Had another one of our Christian Huskies out of our Arkansas STOL friends. Man, what a great event they put on. There goes another late model Husky. Got the belly pod on. Not bad, 175 feet, and he could have definitely done that one a little bit early, but he's got one in the book. I think this is Steve Pierce. Let's see if we've got those slotted Fowler's flaps.
Patriotic looking thing, isn't it?
Yeah. This is that looks like it. I'm pretty sure that's Steve, and you watch this guy perform. Not only does he know Super Cubs inside and out of Texas, he's kind of the go-to guy in South Central Plains for Cubs. He's running Airframes Alaska's new triple slotted Fowler flaps on this. Oh yeah.
Why is it that Super Cubs get all the cool things? Look at that.
Oh
Man.
It's because there's a lot of them out there. And people love to try to make them fly even better. I mean, as a basic airplane, you just almost can't be beat. But then everybody's got to, it's like cars. Make them faster, make them shinier.
We need more things for the 170 Jughead. I mean, I think we're probably a little biased, but that's how I feel.
Okay, here comes Mr. Chuck Hinsberger, our NX Cub. Big, heavy nose gear, and you're going to see where he takes advantage of it.
Going to be lit. Oh,
right,
dang.
Beautifully on the line, and now he can really get on those brakes hard. And that suspension system has been tested. That was the biggest thing. I've seen drop tests of trying to make sure that they have plenty of prop clearance, and that's an advantage of the tricycle gear airplane. As soon as he lands, the flaps come up, all the weight's on the main wheel, and you can get on the brakes as hard as you want because you're not going to tip it over on its nose like a tail wheel.
I've watched a lot of these airplanes come in, and I knew watching him come in he was going to be going way long. He chopped that power, and he was done.
That airplane quit flying.
That was unreal.
Now he's got so much time in Carbon Cubs, and you can see why the factory has him down here demonstrating that new airplane. And they've got a lot of them sold. That came out a year ago at Oshkosh. Everybody laughed, but they're not laughing about the performance. Oh, little bit early there on Young Aviation Husky. All right, continuing in our next round here, we're going to...
we just had a flock of seagulls take over this guy on final here.
So obviously keeping the belly pod on. Belly pods do a couple things. Most of them are set up for half of them as cargo and half of it's fuel, extend the range. Adds a little weight, takes away some performance, but not very much. He gave away 50 feet on that landing, but still pretty good, pumping them, riding them, and that looks to be right at the 200-foot mark. Not bad for no headwind, and I really almost can't consider this any more of a headwind much. There's just nothing consistent out there.
Now, Jughead, I don't have any time in a Super Cub, but what I have heard about them is they're kind of light on the tail. So with that belly pod, packing that thing, given its location, is that going to help with that tail coming up?
Yeah, when they say light in the tail, what they mean is the center of gravity of the airplane. It's very easy. You can just walk out to a Super Cub, pick it up. So as you jump on the brakes, that tail is trying to come up and go around over the top. And if you get in on too hard, you can't tip on the nose. So that definitely, the belly pod will help. Oh, come on. This is going to be a short. Yep, it's short. You heard him popping the power, trying to ride it in just perfect. And when you're only flying 6-8 inches off the ground, that's a fine line.
And with the wind like this,
yeah,
that's tough.
Hopefully these guys have been lined up. I know Jay Stanford over there in that blue and white experimental Cub. He's going to school on these guys. He's been watching everyone. He's been studying. He knows what it takes to win these contests. And while he's such a fun-loving, great guy, and you just love to hang out and fly with him, he's here to win. Don't believe anything else he says.
Yeah, that's the same way you are, too. Can't fool me with all your niceness, Jughead. I know what's going to happen here in a little while.
Oh, nice job right there in the 150-foot range. Looks like a pretty stock out Cub right there.
Looked like it had tail wheel suspension, but it did not look like the T3. What would that be?
Acme, I think, now has a Cub version of a tail wheel
yep,
as well. Now this Cub definitely running the T3, which is a dual. Well, on the Cub, it's a single nitrogen shocks over spring suspension, and you'll notice that large hunk of looks like black mass. That's weight on the tail. Trying to get that CG as aft as we can on these. Well, I don't think I've ever seen a float plane at a bush flying contest or a STOL flying contest, but let me tell you, that guy does great work with that Carbon Cub on amphibs, and just wait till you see him come in and land. He can't be rough with it like the others. He's really got to fly it with finesse. All right, this is good. Oh, this is fun. Check this airplane out. Huge, huge three-bladed prop, forward gear, modified wings, T3 tail suspension, skateboard wheel for a tail wheel. I'm surprised Jay doesn't shave his beard just to save some weight in the competition, but he's so proud of that beard, and if I could grow one like that, I would be too. This airplane roars. You'll see him flying the last couple of years at Oshkosh STOL demonstration. Our Georgia boy, let's go. Look at that tail up. Look at that airborne. Smokes. 52 feet is what I'm going to call that.
I'm 56. I'm going 56.
Nice job. I told you that airplane performed. He could give Steve Henry a run for his money. Look at this flags. That one's calm. That one's a tailwind. These two are blowing with a direct crosswind. This is crazy air right now. Talk about crazy, too. Check out this cool airplane.
78.4, I just got the word.
78.4.
We're both wrong.
Jan Egenfeldner here. Now, what's not only unique about the Zenith lineup, very unique looking airplane, extremely capable, but this one's powered by his own Viking aircraft engines. And I encourage you to head on down to the pits throughout the day and the weekend. Talk to him about these Viking aircraft engines. And this airplane performs. Already into the rotation, that high camber wing lifting off. Looks like about 105 feet right there. Excess power, so he pulls it back already.
That one has a tail skid on her, too.
For good reason. For good reason. Those Zeniths will really fly in a high AOA, high nose attitude. Kind of good thing the walls, the doors are all glass because you're looking out the side to really land the thing.
That was a 122-foot jughead.
122. Okay, back to this is our experimental bush category. Here's one of our experimental carbon cubs.
Little sink there, carrying a touch of
Oh,
power.
no, I'm sorry. This is, not a carbon cub. This is Piper product, early cub. Oh, that's going to be short, though. That is going to be short.
Getting them goofy wins, that's tough.
Well, he didn't make it in yesterday. We got to admit, we all got to practice 4, 5, 6, 7, if you're Jay Stanford, 279 practice rounds. He claimed that he had tailwinds pushing him down from Georgia, so he had to burn his gas off. But so he didn't get a practice at all yesterday. So I'll give him a benefit of doubt on that because I'm thankful that we got a few rounds yesterday in.
I am too. I haven't done much flying lately, so I'm out of touch.
Well, it's not exactly the flying season in Minnesota in the winter.
No. You close up the hangar, you get some hot chocolate, and you sit inside for a few months.
Go ice fishing in the hangar at Malacca. Oh, but he practiced a bunch yesterday with that carbon cub, and he didn't do any different. So
it might be the winds.
It might be the winds. There's something out there that they are not taking into account. But look at this. You got flags are blowing. At 200 feet from the line, the flag's flipping pretty good.
Yep.
At 100 feet from the line, it dies. It's almost calm at the line.
See, now we have a bird's eye view, so when we go out there and fly, we have to remember what these flags are doing. It's gonna give us a leg up.
My dog has a leg up a lot. Is it the same thing?
Are we talking about Dakota again?
Yeah, Dakota. I miss Dakota. All right. Now check this out. This is much like landing a float plane on glassy water. Low, flat approach, minimum descent. The mains are what we're looking for. Ooh, he kind of pranked it down at 75. He knew he was going a little bit long, and that gets onto the brakes. Now he's got good braking action with the floats that way.
This is the first float plane I have ever seen in a STOL competition.
I know. It's cool. It won't be the last one, I bet you.
Well, not now. I mean, he's broke the ice.
They don't even know what that is in Florida.
Minnesota term. Not
bad, not bad. You know, the floats obviously add weight to it, so it makes it a little bit tougher. But if you haven't ever flown floats, they are a blast. Of course, up home for you guys, you got lots of float planes.
I've always wanted one, but I can't get an Amphib 170 to fit inside my hangar door, so therefore I must pass.
That is a problem. Okay. Here we go, Mr. Stanford.
Did you feel that wind just pick up?
Yes, I did.
Look
at that.
See what it does.
All 5 flags are flying right in his face. A little steeper approach.
He's not going to scratch on this one.
20-foot touchdown mark. Going to be stopped at the 130-foot, 140-foot line. Not up to his standards, but I think he'll take it today for having a safe one in the bank.
You know, with winds like this, you have to add a little gust factor in there. You know, you can't bring it in on the hairy edge. You end up stalling out, you know, and giving the crowd a show they don't want.
All right, the last of our experimental bush before we go to our light experimental.
That's that Zenith that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, the Zenith. We're going to see the wide range of airplanes and capability in this next class. It will be fun. And, of course, Yeehaw 6.
Oh, we get to watch Steve Henry.
Oh, and what about that young lady?
Yeah, I just saw there's like a 6-year-old girl that almost beat him in Arkansas.
Well, she's not exactly
17.
6. She's 17, but
That girl is impressive.
Jaden, yeah.
Now, you can't even get your private pilot's license until you're 16, right? Oh, came up
Oh,
short.
hit it short. Hit it short. So, all of a sudden, that 170-foot landing of Jay Stanford's is looking pretty darn good, and I think the float plane might be in second.
Now, Jaden, right?
Jaden.
She's 17 years old. She came in just seconds behind Steve Henry.
4, not seconds, portions of a second.
Oh, we're talking
4 seconds, yep.
Wow. All right.
4 seconds from beating kind of the national favorite in all STOL flavored events right now, Steve Henry. And she's got her Carbon Cub here.
Well, she's kind of famous all of a sudden after that.
She's kind of a good pilot.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You're going to hear a lot more of her over the years, no doubt. All right, coming up for our light experimental, one of the Sun and Fun Flying Club airplanes. I think we're going to see this airplane flown twice by 2 different gentlemen. I think, I can't see the number, but I think this is Cole Harris here up first. He's a young kid out of Lakeland, Florida right here, so absolutely the local favorite. And then we got Daryl Hickman lined up out there. I see it looks like Frank Mann is there as well. Oh, there went
what just flew off his
that was some paper. Hopefully that wasn't his pilot's license.
That was his little weight he had on his tail.
Simply, a little 85 Continental on the front of that thing. No flaps, so super lightweight basic airplane. It is all stick and rudder right here. Now this Legend Cub, one of our sponsors of the National STOL Series, and thankful to have him here at the Central Florida Classic. Based on the old basic J3 with some nice improvements, tail wheel suspension, the doors open up on both sides. Looks like a fairly stock wing on it. Open cowl. This one here, Daryl Hickman out of Flagler Beach. See what it'll do. Oh, definitely.
That was just a love tap.
Yep, definitely early, but I got less than 200 feet. Less than 200 feet, so not too bad. Well, here's the first of a lot of airplanes that people just love. These Just Aircraft products, the Highlanders and the great STOL Bush airplanes. 204 on that distance for the Legend Cub. That's not bad. This is Frank Mann out of Marietta, Georgia. Got a Rotax 912, so it definitely sounds a little bit different engine-wise. Lightweight tube and fabric. Only 724 pounds empty weight. Maxes out at just over 1,300. Pretty capable airplanes. Still a motocross racer guy. I think maybe that has something to do with the checkered tail on there, and they got a pretty good aggressive attitude. We'll see what we get. Ooh, 165, 170 in that range.
He might have left a little on the table there, I think.
All right. Our Lakeland Aero Club. Missed 181 on the score for the Highlander. Cole Harris on final now with the PA 11. Aircraft is stock.
Do we only have 2 airplanes in this class?
No, we got the 1, 2,
What I missed?
3 up right now, and then we'll have the next rounds of them.
A little slip in there.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
He made it.
And this is what I noticed yesterday.
He's got a crowd cheering for him.
Yeah.
His local boys.
The local boys got him cheering like that. That was probably the best touchdown we've seen today, closest to the line. And, you know, when it gets predictable, when that air's steady, we'll see guys hitting the line. And so to do that with an airplane with no flaps, no excess power, that is some great flying right there. Nice job, Cole.
Well, this guy must have got a deal on lights.
Hey, you saw him though, right?
Yeah, sure did.
Down here in the summer haze, the visibility is important on airplanes. There's a lot of them around here. And they only get to use half the sky because thunderstorms are always using up the other half the sky.
He must be a crop duster. Look at him carry that thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so
just
close.
Short.
Doggone it.
Well, these two probably know each other. It's probably like you and I have been up here jazzing each other for a week trying to psych each other out. That was good. Okay, our just Highlander now. Not only racing motorcycles, but he raced in the Baja. I wonder if him and TJ and Doug know each other from their other life. Flying it, hanging it. Oh, right there's that example. Once the tail wheel hit, wings couldn't hold it up anymore. Didn't have the authority. Obviously a scratch in that case.
Now these guys have all been coming in low, way out there. You and I, we do it a little bit different, don't we?
Well, we do. I think you come in lower than I do. I like to fly just a little bit steeper approach. It lets me see the line a little bit easier. Of course, I have to aim to my aim point is just short of the line then, and I account for the flare having a little bit of energy to carry me forward. But I like just having that little bit of extra safety margin coming down.
Yeah.
As I get closer to my line, I keep slowing it up, add more AOA, slowing it up, more AOA. But especially with my little just stock 0300 engine, there's not a lot of excess there, so I can tickle that edge, but I cannot go across it.
Yeah, I bring it in lower. That's me. I bring it into that ground effect closer to the line than you do. You're more precision, but you're a military guy, you know. I was in Boy Scouts when I was little.
I like the experimental carbon cub here. He's an Oklahoma boy. I like that emblem on his tail there. That's pretty sharp. Paying tribute to his old alma mater there. This is Cameron Simmons, Owasso, Oklahoma. He's competed in about 12 contests, so he knows the jitters. He knows the psychological. So let's see if he's brought his A game here to Florida.
He just killed every mosquito.
He killed the mosquitoes. We went a little bit early.
Smoke.
Finally got it airborne at about 100 feet there. Could have done a little bit better, I think. 180 horse out of that 340 Titan engine in the Carbon Cub. 2015 model. Hey, here's our lobster boy out of the Northeast. $136 on the takeoff tape there for him. Yeah. This should be Jim Crane in that beautiful Carbon Cub. I love the paint scheme on this. Talking to him a little bit earlier. He is running the Northeast STOL series. They started just a ma and pa grassroots local flying events they held at 4 or 5 airports this year up in the Northeast United States. So that's going to be a great addition to the sport. He flies a good airplane and went a little bit early there.
That always makes my heart just skip a couple, you know?
Well, look at the flags. you know, he lifts off with a headwind and immediately flew into what the flag's now showing as a pretty good crosswind component. But you're right.
125.6 on that one.
125.6. And I know he can do better than that. And I know he knows he can do better than that, too. Ah, that's good to see. We got some more competitors that made it in or taxiing back in. That looks like the mother of all Cubs. We saw him flying down at Lone Star STOL at Gainesville. Talking about our Just Aircraft, we get another one here, Gary Schmidt. He's actually the owner of Just Aircraft up in Walhalla, South Carolina. Maker of the Super STOL XL, the Super STOL, the Highlander, and the Escapade models. This here being a Jabiru 30 powered Super STOL. Actually, no, I'm sorry. This is a Rotex 914 powered. Not bad. Interesting. I don't, you know, it's funny because for us, we think about rotating and pulling the flaps at the same time. And a lot of these lighter airplanes we're noticing are pulling the flaps before they actually rotate. And we'll have to get one of them up here tomorrow morning in the
get the reasoning behind it.
The pits walking and pick their brains. Maybe we'll learn something.
Maybe we're doing it wrong.
Maybe we are.
We're flying 2x4s. So.
Well, that's true. That's true. Here's one of our guys. You see him on YouTube out there. He's just a farmer with a fun airplane, John Humboldt. Cool little Zenith as well. He did well at the Arkansas STOL event. I have not seen him fly in person, so I'm looking forward to this. Oh, look at that!
Just before rotation, do you feel that wind hit you?
Yes, I felt that wind, and he felt it and sensed it as well. John Humbert, nice job. Zenith 701, Tennessee farm kid. Woo! He may, hey, I don't know where you're at out there, Jay Stanford, if you're listening. Yeah, the challenge has been thrown. Yeah, challenge has been thrown.
What? Oh. What? Yeah. I think so. It wasn't. And then he yelled at me up there, and I'm like, what? I yelled right into the mic, and it worked.
Sure. Hey, all righty. Well, I heard the clapping, so somebody did a good landing out there. I'm not sure who it was, but sounds like there's some competition going on.
No.
All right, we're back. We got the audio back up and running. We got things a little more organized. Here we go. Oh, we are next round of light experimental. Some of the more unusual of the airplanes out here. Got another Highlander. Let's see who all we've got going. This is Christian. Oh boy, yeah, Minnesota boy. Tell me that name.
Green one.
Green one. Yeah.
I don't know, Juggin.
Well, that's STOL aircraft. Nice performance there. Lifted off. They're going to measure that out there at about 195 feet. It looks like that Rotex ULS 100 horse doing well. Okay, we saw it earlier being flown. They're getting we've swapped in the other pilot now of the Sun and Fun Aero Club Legends airplane here. Oh, this one's looking good. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Oh! He was so close. So close. Oh, here we go. All right. Now here's one that we haven't seen before. Here is our champ. Another one of the post-war classics. Little bit motor. It sounds to me like that motor is a little pumped up. Group tips. I'd say there's some modifications going on here. Oh, at about 270 foot on the takeoff, so no flaps, not too bad. Here's the Swamp Monster, Tony Zorn. Check this thing out. High pusher mounted motor, quite the machine. We'll be doing some more talking with him and filling people in on this very unique but very capable airplane. This is a Woody's pusher. lightweight. Set up the weight rise right there. It's weighing about 1,000 pounds. Tail comes up real high, 0 drag. Now airborne. Oh, let's see here. Rough distance out there. Looks like probably around the 250 range as well. All right, everybody knows this man. He is the most famous man on the internet that is not on the internet. Out of Nevada, usually flying lawnmower 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or who knows what edition. This is Hal Stockman. STOL Oshkosh fame. This is the nicest guy you'll find at any airport. This is an airplane that he just picked up and started flying yesterday or the day before. Now, it's not quite going to perform like his Rand's S7, but old Hal can make anything do pretty well. And he definitely had a little more he could have gotten out of that. Nice smooth takeoff from just a slightly nose-up attitude. A little more rotation, he would have that down. Well, I sure hope everybody's having a great time here at the Aviat Aircraft Central Florida Classic. We are at Sun and Fun, the Expo campus, at none other than Lakeland Linder. Jughead Council up here and Jeff Pohl help bring the entertainment to you, while the pilots are bringing all the hot flying, and we got a lineup coming up here first. Oh, look at this. We've got Jaden going out ahead of the old master. This is like a Star Wars Obi-Wan and the young Luke Skywalker. We got
bringing her back to Arkansas here.
Steve Henry there with Yeehaw 6, the other Highlander. With a Highlander on final, let's see what we get out of this. Deeper approach than we see. High AOA, holding it, hold it, keep it, go! Oh! That was so close. That was trying. He was trying to keep it flying.
Now, Jughead, is this our last set before we start the round again? Because otherwise we should probably start telling pilots they need to get back to the airplane, get ready for round 2.
This should be the last set of pilots prior to we go back into round 2 now. So if you are a heavy touring pilot, you need to be back at your airplane, getting them fired up and ready to go for round 2. Exactly. Yeah, Christian's not going to be that happy with that that landing. Now we've seen this Legend Cub right here, or actually I guess PA4, do pretty well yesterday in practice. This one's looking good, just past the line. Nice job flying it in a slip, not only for the crosswind to improve his visibility of that line. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Here comes our champ. Who we got in this champ? Where is that? That is Sean Stoltz. Don't know where he's out of, so we're gonna blame it on him. He's from California.
I'm just gonna put that out there, huh?
Yep. You gotta have one crazy Californian at every party. That's what he gets for not filling out all his paperwork properly. But we're glad he made it here. Glad he made it here. Float it, float it. Oh, let's go to the laser line and the review tape on that one. That one was close.
Too close to call from here.
I think the laser is showing a bust. The line judge just gave me the big red X, and I think that one's going to be a no counter for him. But that was close. So he knows he's got something to work on, work to improve, but that was real close. All right, Tony Zorn, the Swamp Monster. This Woody's Pusher, this airplane gets in pretty short. I've never seen it fly in person, just watched. Just watched the stuff on his YouTube channel. Now, here's the big thing to remember. This is his very first STOL competition. So while it's all right, we're back just in time to that Swamp Monster. That landing was sweet. I think that was good. Check, I mean, that airplane, crazy. plane flaps on the bottom, big flap between the gears, leading edge slats, flaps on the horizontal tail. Well, that thing is a monstrosity. It's like, oh my gosh. But that looked like a good one. I can't wait to get a score. Hal Stockman, this is going to be this is a tough airplane. It doesn't slow down. He's here for the fun. He's here for the camaraderie. He's here for everybody to enjoy. And but that's better than he had yesterday. He's gotten it landing shortened up. His touchdown zone, a lot better work. On the brakes as hard as he can. He's going to make the line guys go for a run down there. He basically went all the way to the end of the flags.
It's hard to look at him with not his lawnmower.
I know, and it doesn't sound right. It doesn't anything, but it's still Hal Stockman. He's got his coveralls with his reflective armbands. Retired now, heavy diesel mechanic out of the mines of Nevada. And you never can have a flying event without Hal there.
Hal's one of the most beloved men on YouTube that doesn't even have social media himself.
No,
Facebook, everything.
Now, I'm sure this young gal is going to be all over social media for a long time to come because she almost knocked off the champion at Arkansas. This is Jaden and her Carbon Cub. Now, this airplane, it helps to weigh what she weighs, 85 pounds. So here we go. Tails up, little headwind. Oh, that's about a 60-footer, 65.
Now, I was watching her yesterday, and she's got that thing dialed in. Her takeoffs are spot on. I mean, that girl has spent some time in the pattern, no doubt.
Oh, absolutely. And she's, 17 years old. I mean, just a couple hundred hours of flying experience, but she has spent all of it just practicing and getting as good as she can. Wonderful job right there. Now, wow. I think not only did it take our breath away, that performance, that takeoff of both Jaden Newman and Steve Henry, it took our microphones away again, too. Yours is still gone. You know, you're a lot better narrator when your microphone doesn't work. All righty. So we saw the great landings, or we saw the great takeoffs. Now we got to get to the landings. And this is Jaden's very first STOL competition. Yesterday she was consistent with really good takeoffs, but she was having some struggles trying to find what approach path, what approach speed was going to work best to get her to that line. She was giving up a fair amount of distance on the touchdown. So the conditions, they're definitely different than yesterday. Look at this. We still got headwinds and crosswinds and calm right at the line. So we'll see how she does.
She's working it. You can watch her.
Look
See
at
that tail?
Oh, yeah, that rudder is definitely being danced on, and it needs to be. Hopefully it's seat of the pants, sport aircraft seats maybe. Oh, she's floating it long, but she's got one in the book. The guys behind her don't know that she landed long. But now there's a rookie mistake there. She needed to have gotten it stopped. She gave up another 50 feet there thinking, well, it wasn't any good. Let's keep it rolling. No, get it stopped because you never know.
Who's going to scratch?
Who's going to scratch? You and I have both seen that. People that you thought would never scratch at a contest, and they do. I mean, I've seen Hal with Yeehaw or with Lawnmower. I've seen him put it down 50 feet short of the line of Oshkosh, and that just doesn't happen. But I've seen it.
And here comes the master, Steve
All right.
Henry.
Yamaha snowmobile engine, edge performance tuned to over 300 horsepower, purpose-built STOL airplane. There's nobody better at what he does, but he will not like a 15-foot landing. 15 feet past the line does not make that man happy. We will get a total scored distance here for you, but it looks like it's going to be right around the 80-foot mark. Okay, here a little more traditional approach. Steeper. There he's going to set. Oh, big settle. That wind dying down. This is going to hang it. Keep it.
Oh, he got it.
Now can he get it stopped? Because he had a lot of forward pressure and
sideways.
Sideways. That might end up being a DQ too. I'd say he had a brake fade on him there. That left brake probably wasn't grabbing the way he was hoping. We'll find out here in a second. Yeah, he's having problems even getting it kicked.
Better get that one back to the
We
pit
don't
crew.
see that as much in the STOL competitions. In the STOL drags, brake fade definitely becomes an issue because you're using lots of brake multiple times, and we've seen it become an issue with airplanes. All righty. Well, I think that is going to close out the first round of our qualifying day here. It is it's been a nice morning here. Aviat Aircraft doing a great job bringing the National STOL event here to Lakeland Linder Airport, and big thanks to Sun and Fun. Boy, did you see the lineup for the air show tonight?
I didn't.
F-35, the Heritage Flight stuff is here. You know, being a fighter guy, I don't usually pay attention to a lot of fighter stuff, but I want to see that F-35. And great chance right here, folks. If you need to run back, grab a little lunch back at the concessions back behind us, use the restroom. We're going to reset, run through round 2 of all our same performers here. And then Jeff and Jughead are going to jump in the 170. I think it's the only round tail classic here, and we're going to see what we can do as we compete in the light touring division.
Going head-to-head in the same airplane. This should be fun. And it's my airplane. And if you beat me, how do you think this can make me feel? I can even go back to Minnesota. They won't take me back.
Well, that's all right. Well, here comes Jimmy Guest, his stock 180. This airplane has been in his family forever, pretty much. It was right at the end of the production run in 1981. He says there were 27 of them built after this one came off the line. This is still original paint, original windows, everything. So let's just say that one of the nicest guys out here, and he knows the airplane well. So looking forward to see it. It is stock the way it came off the factory, with the exception of those 26-inch Goodyear tires. You see, those tires actually came off the Goodyear blimp. Now, they're not like reused, you know, but that's what they were designed for, was for the blimps. That's the tail wheel off the blimp. Your mic's dead again. Yeah. I don't know what we're paying you, but we need to cut your pay if you're not even going to talk half the time.
What's it get?
There we go. We got your back now, buddy.
Oh, I didn't know I was getting paid.
Yeah. Jimmy's pretty much flown his whole life. GA, flew in the Air Force, Airlines for 38 years. He's been the air boss of STOL competitions. He kind of knows it all. Just great to have him down here with us. All right, let's get this old 0470, old U model. Let's get it cranked up. Spin that big old prop, make some noise. Oh, nice 3-point lift off there. Absolutely. Okay, now our stock everyday 182. You know, they've called these things the Chevy truck or the F-150 of the airplane world. It is good. Ah, there we go. Oh, that 182, as I was saying, is kind of good at everything. It is great at nothing, but boy, talk about it, just a great all-around airplane. Of course, here's its tail wheel version, the 180 Warren Grobelar, Naples, Florida. Lightweight, good airplane. Oh, he asked for that rotation just a little bit early. He was on the podium at Lone Star STOL flying a different airplane. William Gilstrap was back with this 56 model straight tail. It's got the big long gear legs, heavy duty gear, both front and rear. 230 horse out of this 470. He does have the Horton STOL. He's got the VG. He's got an MT propeller, which gives you some great low speed thrust, which is what you need here. We'll be looking for him to get that tail all the way to the ground right as the mains come off. He did it well the first time. Let's see what he does this one.
Nailed it.
Woo! That's how a pro does it.
Those light touring guys better be getting warmed up.
Light touring, warm them up, absolutely. I see him. Look at that. The Army's right here.
Look at that.
Of course, it's Army. He's probably been standing in line waiting.
There's Air Force. He's a little behind. He just got in there.
Yeah, but I do think he'll catch up. All right. Mr. Stanford, the senior, the man. Oh, he got it on that one. I want to see scores. I don't know who got that, Jeff
Those guys
or
have
William.
been really consistent.
They've been very consistent, absolutely. So Jeff and Jay, 155. Woo, nice.
Now are you getting the info? I'm not getting it?
I just got it through my ear, yeah.
I don't like that
God
very
is
much.
talking to me through my ear. So that was a nice landing. All right, Jimmy, let's bring this 180. You rolled it on nicely last time. He had a good score. He's got one in the book, so he can go for it here. Oh, yes!
That is a nice one.
30 feet now. Get the brakes working for all you're worth. Standing on them. Nice. Boom. For an airplane that weighs that's impressive. Now, we got tricycle gear versus tricycle gear.
333 feet on that jughead.
333. He's consistent. We had some scratches on this earlier, so we need to make this one work. There's some money on the line right here. Oh, that one's looking good. Chop it.
Long.
Little long, but it was close. It's a fine line. Half a second of power equals 30 to 40 feet.
Now he's got that nose wheel. He might. If he would have just held on those brakes, I think he might have took him.
Real close, real close. You're right.
He gave up about 75 feet at the line.
All right, Warren there. Back with that beautiful, that polished airplane looks good. I'm glad I don't have to polish it.
That is exactly what's kept me from having a polished airplane.
Especially in Florida. It's not exactly an easy place to have it. It's about as shiny as the guy's skull. I don't know if you've seen him.
Chrome dome.
It is. It is. Oh,
short.
Dang. But he's so good on the braking action, even there. Good thing he's got this afternoon to try again.
Now, did he make a complete run the first go around?
One thing short of my memory, and I don't want to talk about it because I don't remember. If that little guy in my ear would talk to me, maybe I'd know. But
they've been really inconsistent today. Not the pilots. I'm just talking about the guy that talks in your ear,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This guy has been fairly consistent. I think it's going to boil down to these next two airplanes for this heat this weekend.
Look at those flags, though.
Oh.
Changing directions all over again.
Tailwind, I'm sorry. And it
Sure.
causes them to touch down early. Now, the thing is still come to a complete stop. Make it look good, because if you just roll that out, the guy behind you knows that you scratched. So, little wind. I feel it. All the flags are showing it. We still got a calm hole right at the start-finish line, though.
There's going to be some good sync right there, I'm thinking. Yep.
Got him.
Watch
Look at
that
that.
one flag just went limp and then it picked up
Headwind,
again.
crosswind, limp. Man, tough conditions. Tough conditions. All right, Joel Dobson, Matt Peterson coming up in our light touring division, at least half of our light touring division.
Why is that, Jughead?
Well, because we're wearing multiple hats today. But my hat says Sport Aircraft Seats, and you just can't get a more comfortable, easier set of seats for your airplane if you're trying to.
Good plug. I'm wearing a Carhartt hat, and if they're listening to this, I could sure use some sponsor money next year, or this year rather. Let's go 2021 for the STOL season. So
I spent 3 days straight in a set of Sport Aircraft Seats, and talk about comfortable, great design, custom. You can custom build the pads any way you want. Great selection of fabrics, and the nice thing is you order them, and they send them to you, and you install them on your airplane. There's no downtime on your airplane. It's a couple-hour job.
I want to thank Carhartt in advance for the sponsorship money that they might give me.
Yes, I'm going to have Tom do that.
Rotated a little early, cost him about 100 feet on that takeoff.
What? I do, but I can try to get one.
Here comes our Colonel Matthew Peterson on final approach in his 172. So we got an Army guy flying this first airplane, a guy coming in behind him is Air Force. What kind of rivalry do you think we got going on there?
Well, it's kind of like a lot of the military rivalry. It's pretty friendly. The good colonel there spent a lot of time on the ground in Afghanistan, Iraq in the last number of years in his career, and he's got some pretty fond memories of F-16s flying really low and really fast and providing some support.
He is not going to be happy with that one.
He is not. 'Cause I do remember he scratched on the first one, so the morning efforts, first 2 rounds out of 3 today are not going to do any good for him, and he will not be happy with that, I guarantee it.
Well, these winds are unforgiving today, so folks don't think that these guys don't know what they're doing. When the wind changes direction, you're in an airplane and you lose that lift, you've got very few choices.
You know,
whatever's going to happen, it's going to happen fast.
Yeah, it's kind of like the NASCAR guys when they come out after rain, and you dive into that first corner 3 wide, and you just don't really know how well the tires are going to stick. Well, it's about the same here. Winds are shifting constantly on final. We've got the advantage of sitting up here and been watching them over time. And of course the guys down here to the side, they're all watching and talking. They're figuring it out themselves. Check that out. We got a couple new airplanes back there to compete, it looks like, maybe. Good lineup of good-looking STOL airplanes. And at least one good-looking STOL pilot.
You talk about me?
Jaden.
Oh.
There we go. There you go, Diesel. Get it on the brakes now. Get those flaps up. Get one in the book. Woo, that's it. That Viper guy's leading for a while.
For now.
For now. We're coming for you. We're coming for you, Diesel. You know, we're really good pilots when we're standing up here.
Why is that?
Yeah. If we double scratch, we're going to be the buffoons of the night.
Yeah, we'll be buying somebody beer.
Well, I hope everybody's having fun here at the Aviat Aircraft Central Florida Classic. Big thanks to Sun and Fun and the Expo Campus, and of course Lakeland Linder Airport. Could not be putting on this great event without it. All the great work by the National STOL folks, Doug Jackson and everybody. And AirTech Coatings, we make paint fly. If you're looking for time to repaint your airplane, and I know my 170 is coming up due for a paint scheme, I will be sure to be calling AirTech. I've seen their work. I've flown their work. You know the paint job's good when you're in the pattern and air pilots start showing up at the airport to check out the paint scheme. And that actually happened when we were bringing that 180 home from Alaska. Great products there for you. AirTech Coatings. And, of course, grip ties. All these banners out here being held up. But grip tie is great for actually using. It's the one kind of zip tie you can safely use on your airplane because it has a rubber coating and it's releasable. Great product for you there. Of course, American Legend Aircraft, we're seeing their airplanes out here. Such great redesigns of the classics. We got a little bit of God's natural STOL airplanes coming down the slough here. Looks like a big Pelican. Impressive flying birds. Hope everybody's having a great time. There's going to get everything reset here.
Just had about a 2-foot landing back there.
Yeah, did they? So we're going back to our Bush class. Back to the Bush class here, and see those classic Cubs and the Christian Huskies. I'll see what they can do. We sure hope everybody's having a great time, and big thing is get out. Let your friends know you're here today. Make sure they get out here tomorrow. We'll have the finals, of course, tomorrow, the air show tonight. We've got balloon glow in the morning, and just a great, you know, in today's times right now, everybody needs just a little bright spot, and I really appreciate the folks here at Sun and Fun for taking the gamble, going out and opening up the facility and the grounds and sharing their love of aviation so everybody can get out of the house and have some good aviation fellowship. It's great to see everybody.
Jughead, do you know, I mean, tomorrow, for the folks that can't make it, there's got to be a website they can go to, a hyperlink, something like that they can go to watch us from home.
Absolutely. Live Air Show TV. You can go but get the entire broadcast tomorrow. I'll be in my best duds there, dressed up here, bringing you 2 hours of non-stop STOL action. And there's Warren down there. Warren, what happened? Well, it's... At least this gives us something to work with. All right, here we go. Back with the round 2 of our Bush class, and right now we've got coming up first. This is our Super Cub, Mr. Ryan Moran, 160 horse, Stuart, Florida, gentleman. Grew up out by Atlanta, Georgia, on a horse farm. Makes his living in the aviation industry, so both work and fun all involve airplanes, and that's a pretty good way. Ryan scores this morning. Let's see.
Goes from a headwind to a crosswind to calm.
All right, well, we have to apologize for the mics cutting out. It's actually not our sound guy's fault. There's some radio interference coming through Lakeland Airport here region. It's kind of affecting lots of different radios and mics, so we apologize that, but hopefully we'll get that straightened care of. Ryan Moran had a nice takeoff there, and there's Baron Oglesby with the PA-12 Cruiser. Let's see here. Baron's first round was a 299 and a 387. And now we're going to come up to, oh yeah, here's our young kid and our Austin Clemens right here. Old 360, reversing prop. We saw that. Oh, listen to that snort. Lots of good thrust. Kid's been flying since he's 12. Let's get it airborne. Nicely done. Right at about 150 maybe?
I'm thinking that's what that is. Yeah, about 150.
Ooh, good. And Barron had, let's see, where Austin's early scores. A 169 and a 152 landing. He just beat that takeoff by a bunch. 154 feet. That was a nice, nice takeoff. All right, this is Doug Smith right here. And this is pretty much a stock Husky. He had 247 for the first takeoff. I think that one he beat by a little bit. I'm going to put that one maybe in about the 230 range. Let's see. So it looks like he maybe went to school on that first pass, which is the way you want it. Waiting for the official number to get posted here for us. Doug bouncing around between Tallahassee and places out in Idaho and Montana. Just he's had a great year flying. The only private pilot. 201 on that takeoff. 201. So he improved by 46 feet. That's a good trend. Oh, come on, come on, come on, carry it. Nice.
Got it.
It's all right if the tail wheel touches first. Ryan made it across the line for sure. A little bit long, but he'll take it because he was fighting for everything he had right there. He was riding her all the way in, and let's see here. 251 takeoff is going to be combined with a landing of waiting to post, waiting to post. Still don't have a number up on that, Jeff, as we get ready for Chuck Hinberger and the NX Cub. All right, Austin, here's that reverse and prop.
I want to be able to come in over the line like 8 feet and still get it stopped at 200 feet. But how
And
can I do that without a reversible prop?
He was in reverse before he touched down. I remember.
That's a long float. These winds are really messing with these guys, and I can tell you there's a lot of pilots tonight that are not going to be happy. But as long as they can make it to the finals for tomorrow, I think they'll be all right. And hopefully the winds will be a little bit more consistent for us. So coming to the line again here, we got Chuck Kinberger in his Cub Crafters X Cub. That had to be under 100 foot. Wait for these scores to pop up on the screen here.
Well, I tell you, Chuck got everything out of that NX3 on that takeoff. That was a very nice. Waiting to see the numbers on that. Oh, that husky snorting. Aftermarket prop, nice liftoff of somewhere around the 170 foot range. Let's go into. Woo. Chuck Kinberger had 110 feet on that second takeoff, beating his first of 117. I think that was all right, 86 Hotel. Sam Barth. He's trying to beat a couple 240 footers. Let's see what we can do. Flags, winds is still all over the place. That was better. That was nice. I think he's going to really like that. That was definitely an improvement. All right. Actually, Gary Ward here in his Cub. That's what Gary. He came in, got in this morning. Good air show friend of ours. And let's see here, 187 feet on his first one with no practice, a little scratch on the landing. Let's see how he does. There we go, slotted Fowler's getting him airborne nicely just after the 100-foot mark. I bet that's going to be coming in here pretty close in about the 110-foot area. So a good improvement for him. All right. Our NX3, we saw max performance. Hit on the line perfectly. Oh, he floated some power. That's going to buy him 30 feet past the line before he gets to jump onto those Cleveland brakes, getting those Alaska bush wheels, grabbing the grass for everything he can, and it looks like it's going to be coming in and around just short of 200 feet. Gary Ward's takeoff was 120, so that was a 67-foot improvement over his previous effort, so there's no doubt he's going to be happy with that. All right, much better. Victor Charlie taxiing out. All right, Gary Ward, nicely done. Scratched on the first, but a nice recovery for that second one. A little bit of a round of applause of appreciation. That's always nice to hear. We'll see what that second score with him, but I think he'll be a lot happier with that. Now, Gary's participated up in the Valdez STOL, but not as a STOL competitor. He's spent his life as an air show performer. I've worked with him for years in the industry, and he took his unlimited aerobatic airplane and twice has ferried it all the way to Valdez, Alaska in May, which is not a time of good weather. That's about a 4,500-mile trip to go up there and fly his aerobatic routine at the Valdez STOL competition. Here at the Aviat Aircraft Central Florida Classic, he put down a score of 190 feet. 120-foot landing, 190 total, about 210. I think he's going to be pretty happy with that. All right, Amir Biani coming up next. He's a Air Force kid that grew up around planes, but parents wanted him to be a doctor. So what'd he do? Yeah, he became an engineer. Like so many, wife and kids started coming along, and instead of him putting his flying on hold, he decided that was the best time to get it done because it was the last chance he was going to get it done. 22 years ago, he got his pilot's license, and he's been loving life in the air ever since. Beautiful experimental Super Cub here. It's a Charlie Aaron builder machine. He flies with the STOL Bandits up out of the Carolinas. I'm sorry, Calhoun, Georgia. Calhoun. This is his first STOL competition, though. So again, it's one thing to go on a sandbar when there's nothing but a catfish and a possum watching you, but when you got the whole world out here watching you, it's a little bit different. So let's see how he does. We wish him the best of luck in his first one, and we're glad that he decided to join us down here with National STOL at Sun and Fun. All right. Grip ties, AirTech coatings, American Legend aircraft, and of course, Huskies. Making it happen. Really appreciate the people love us. There's the mother of all cubs. Taxiing up. Come on, Amir. Oh, that one looked a little better. That looked a little better because his first run, what we have for him? We had a 171-foot takeoff. I think this, well, it's going to be really close. Really close. Okay, Rob Brady, the Carbon Cub. He did it in 143 on his first pass. Look at the wind. We got a tailwind component at the start-finish line, and it's spun the whole way down. Turns into a crosswind. I don't like the trend on this wind. We're going to have our
No, I was just thinking about that myself. I'm like, oh, dang it, I got to go fly in this and not look silly.
Okay. We were impressed with his performance earlier. This Greg Simmons, that beautiful Amphib Carbon Cup. Oh, I think he beat his takeoff. He was at 179 on the first one, and I think he is going to beat that for sure. By about, I bet he beats it by about 4 or 5 feet at least. Jay Stanford up on the leaderboard at 78-foot landing. I'm sorry, 78-foot takeoff, 127 on the landing. He is set off to the side just a bit. Oh! He beat that 78 for sure. That is right around the double nickel. Look at that. Wow.
He got one in the books in the first round, didn't he?
Jay did. He's got one in the book, so he can go all out for it. Jaden and Steve Henry, if you are not paying attention, you should be. You've got some competition. All right, let's see what this Viking aircraft engines can do with this Super Zeta. We were impressed with that first takeoff. It looked like the wind with Jeff was giving him a little issue there. That was only a partial rotation. It's a light airplane. There's a lot of side.
I think that pushed him out to about 100 foot. You saw he started to rotate, and I think he felt it probably wasn't going to happen. He brought the nose back down, get that airspeed back up, and then he let her have it.
All right. John Wisdom, our mother of all cubs. This airplane performed really well at Texas. I don't think he's going to be happy with that takeoff at all. That's nowhere near the capability. But you notice he's always come armed for a good fight. He's got the gun racks on both sides.
Just as he was getting ready to take off there, Jughead, I felt the wind come around and turn into a tailwind for just a second, which is really going to cost these guys. I
had noticed that as well. I was thankful it was just the wind and not anything else blowing around up here. Now, what can these guys do? Amir is beautiful. I just love this paint scheme. I love that dark satin red. The windsock shows a 45 crosswind, about 8 to 10. Direct crosswind at 100 feet short.
Getting calm at the line,
calm
and then a tailwind just passed.
Tailwind on the rollout.
It's going to be a sink at the line.
Half these guys are going to foul. I hate to say it, but I bet you half of them are going to fall out.
Well, with this tree line, like we talked about before, just beyond the line, we can see in the flags on the other side that as these guys are coming in, the wind is switching on them, so they're hanging. I mean, they're hanging on the dirty edge, and as they approach that line, you'll watch these airplanes sink out. These guys are watching out ahead of them. They're feeling the airplane. At the last second, they feel it drop. They hit the power, but sometimes it's just too late.
All right, Jeff, so as a competitor who's won more than their share of STOL competitions, how are you going to approach it different because of that?
I'm just going to approach it better than you. I don't have anything scientific, Jughead. Oh, that is going to be
go to the laser line. We got a thumbs up from the judge already. That is a good one. Rob Brady pinning it down. He had a scratch on the first, so he needed a good one, and he just got it. Going to be in somewhere around 145 feet or so. I like that.
So Jughead, I think the thing to do here is when you know you've got a situation here at the line, go past the line. Let's get one in the books, right? Well, not you. I want you to scratch. But me, myself, I'm going to probably aim for that 25-foot mark. And it might sink me onto the line. And I tell you what, you can scrape that powder off my tires. You make pancakes tomorrow for me, all right, bud?
Okay. No problem. No problem. consistent
Nice.
yesterday, and he did it again today. 25-foot touchdown mark, better breaking than he's had any time. He's going to be right at the 200-foot mark. That is a great.
250? Is that 250 out there?
No. Yeah, 2.5 or so. Let's see what we had. Way better. His first was 342, so he's going to probably knock 100 feet off that. Let's get the numbers up here. That is incredible. 250.11. Nice job there, Mr. Greg Simmons. Okay. All right. Jay Stanford has good ones in the book. He's already beaten it on the takeoff. It is time for him to throw it all out there.
That crosswind is picking up.
You can see the crab.
But look at the flag at the line again.
It's a headwind right now. It's a headwind. He's going to make it.
He got it.
He got it. Oh, and look at that consistent braking. That aircraft kept a very steady attitude, which meant he was smooth on the brakes.
About 120 foot for him, I think.
Well, that's right where he was the first time. Mr. Consistent. He may have improved it just a little bit. Let's see. Still waiting on that input from the judges. We know the line was good.
Now again with that nose wheel, this guy's going to be able to touch down with his mains, stomp on the brakes, and he doesn't have to worry about putting the thing up on its nose.
Oh, but he's got to get
he's
to the
short.
line, and he did not. Just short. And unfortunately, he was carrying a scratch on the first round as two. Jay Stanford's scores come in at 124.9, so it was an improvement of 3 feet. He is, I think, he is just about setting the standard. All right, John Wisdom here. The again, no practice. He just got here, so he is figuring it out on the fly, and that is not easy.
He's got
Mother
it.
of all Cubs. A nice
Gave
safe
up
one.
30
Gave
feet.
up 30, but yeah.
But he's in. He's in the
He's
books.
in. Because there's 1, 2. He's the third. He's only the third guy to make it through this round without scratching. Third set of good scores. He's on the podium right now.
Now we got 6 aircraft in each class that make it on the finals tomorrow, right?
That is correct.
Boy, do you think you can make it, Jughead?
I'm not that good at math, but I think odds are in my favor right now. Hold on, let me take my shoes off, start counting. You know what?
So you think you can be one of 6 out of 5 airplanes?
I think so.
Okay.
I think I can do
All
it.
right.
I think maybe even my second best run might beat you.
Well, we'll see. You know, I'm getting the competition jitters a little bit. So I'm going to count on the crowd out here when I go out there to cheer me on. Do you think they will? Oh, your mic doesn't work, but mine does. I'll do the talking for you. So the crowd is going to cheer when I'm out there, and you are going to let them know that it's me so they know to cheer. And then when you're out there, I'm going to say some other things, and you might get some thumbs down. It's psychological.
righty. Well, we are back, and it is ready to go on to our next round of the light experimentals. We're back with our Nicholas Poucher and that beautiful little Legend Cub. Of course, Legend Aircraft sponsors here for us today, and we really appreciate their support. Well, it looks like Cole is out there waiting on the air boss to clear him on out. Cole's first round had a 251 takeoff, a 243 landing, so he's got one in the books. And, you know, the Legend Aircraft, great airplanes. He's kind of probably competing against his buddy over there in the similar type airplanes. You and I have been to contests that way where we knew we probably weren't going to win it, but we sure could have fun doing some inner rivalry competition there amongst yourselves, couldn't we, Jeff?
You know, it keeps it fun. You know, the STOL community is such a tight-knit community, and while we're all competitive, that's why we do it. At the end of the day, we're all friends.
Well, that's true. I mean, we sit around the evening with a cold one, and we talk about techniques, and when everybody's quick to share and help each other, because there's no schools you can go to learn this stuff for the most part. I guess you can go out to C.C. Pulcock's place, though, and he'll definitely teach you how to max perform any airplane, and include some off-airport and mountain and STOL-type flying. But as far as the competition side, it's all just a bunch of friendly competitors and much more of a friend and camaraderie ship than it is competition. And so, you know, even the very best and most competitive people out there, they'll tell you just about everything they know. They'll share most of the secrets, and they're going to root for you, which is really nice.
That's the experience I had up in Valdez Jughead. I started talking to some of these guys that call themselves the 170 Mafia, Sean Hawley, Mark Hasner, and Terry Goads. I don't know if you know them, don't you? Of course you do. And those guys.
I've heard of them.
Heard of them?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Well, when I decided I wanted to become a STOL pilot, I started talking to these guys through Facebook that I saw on YouTube, and these guys are masters of the 170, and those guys win Valdez every year, and they gave me a ton of tips, rooted me along all the way, and it was really, really awesome. And if they're listening, I just want to remind them that I beat them. I might have got lucky, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to take it.
You're not supposed to give away that many secrets. Always keep something in the hat there. So, all right, Cole Harris, Legend Cub. Look at that, just little. God, it makes 8-inch tires look small, doesn't it? Those might not even be 8s. I love the classic laminated wooden prop. Oh, it's going good. I love this weather. Perfect temps. Now, where'd all our wind go? We're calm at 100. We're calm at the line. We're calm at 100 past the line. We're calm at 200.
Let's keep it just like that. Oh, now it's back. You jinxed him. Oh, we touched back down at 250.
Yeah, and the rules say, folks, it's the last time that your mains touch the ground. So he got airborne, the left touch, got airborne again, the right touch. So the measuring reflector is going way down there for the LiDAR laser measuring. It's going to be a long walk. All right, here comes a late entry. Who do we have here? And I'm not positive who this is. This might be Connor Simmons.
the wind was blowing around our roster here, so we'll blame it on the wind.
Yeah. No scores from the first time to fly. Looks like getting up right about the 100-foot mark, I think. And that is a Light Sport model Carbon Cub. Okay, thecubflying.com. Another beautiful Legend Cub here. 452 Sierra Papa. That tells me Daryl Hickman is up there trying to beat a 204 takeoff. Right now, well, a little bit of wind in the face. I can feel it. Time to go. All right, Frank Mann. There's our Supercross guy getting it done. Oh, going to be in the right at the 200-foot mark, and we had a prior score of 181. So I don't think he's going to like that as well. But the winds, they be a shifting.
These numbers we're giving are not official numbers, but from our perspective up here, we're guessing as close as we can.
Well, some of them I actually get off the official score sheet now.
You got that now?
I've got that now.
We're moving up in the world.
We are. It's so much easier when you just make them up.
I'll make that one up. 125.
Plus 125, plus 125, plus 125, and that's going to be, he's beyond the end of the scope. That's a no counter.
You probably can't add 125 that many times, can you? That's what happened there.
That's like Little League, 7-run rule. All right. Or is that the 10-run rule? I wasn't very good at baseball or math. Now, Connor Simmons. This is his first time, 99-foot takeoff, so that worked, but we'll see if he can figure out on his very first time down the chute here what these winds are doing. And if he does, he's better than 90% of the people here today. I like the steeper approach. A little bit of margin for him. Oh, but don't give it away. Don't give it away. Don't give it away. He gave
short.
it away. Now, these Legend Cup guys, remember, no flaps, Jeff, so they're having to just drag it in on the power. He was slipping it last time, looking out the side. I think I'd just lay right there at about 5 feet and just fly it, chop the power where you think it's going to get you at the landing zone and take it. Looks like that's about what he's doing. There's the idle.
He's got her coming about 50 foot.
Whoop. Could have used some Acme shops there to help control that rebound. You know, and here's the fun thing about it. You know, we've got airplanes here that are worth, you know, $200,000 plus, and we got airplanes here that are worth $30,000. And
it's fun.
It's
the thing.
fun, and it really is. You know, my airplane.
So it's not always about having a $250,000 airplane. You can have a lot of fun with a $30,000 airplane.
Alrighty, coming up with the next round of our light experimental competitors. Frank Mann there coming in. He put down, looking on the final score here. He had a scratch for the first round, so he needed a counter. I think he got that. Gary Schmidt coming out with his beautiful Super STOL. One of the neat things about those airplanes, I'm considering having one when I get retired, is the wings are actually made to fold up. It just takes a couple minutes to fold those wings up down along the tail, throw it into a trailer behind your RV or your pickup, go travel around the country, and you got your airplane to play along the way. That sounds like a good deal to me. Or don't necessarily have to have a full-size hangar to store it. Put it in your garage. I've seen guys put it into shipping containers. That works out well. There's our beautiful Light Sport Carbon Cub. Little Pistol Pete there on the tail. Proud Oklahoma boy. John Humbred coming down with his beautiful checkered black and maroon Zenith. Who else we got running down there? Looks like Yeehaw 7 is fired up. I'm sorry, Yeehaw 6. Now, if you watch that airplane, this is amazing with the Yamaha. It has a clutch engine, so when the engine's running but there's no power to it, the prop doesn't turn. It's a centrifugal clutch taken off the snowmobile where the engines originally came from. All right. So Frank Mann there put up a score of 410. What it looked like was he had a good landing, but he didn't get it to a complete stop, it looks like. And that's a mistake there that sometimes you see the competitors do. You got to get completely stopped. That way the judges can mark where the center of that axle was. And then once they wave you on, it'll be interesting to see what the details were on that. All right, Gary Schmidt lined up here. He's got a counter, 136 with a 222 combined to give himself about a 358 total. So he's looking to improve. The wind is picking up. It's still kind of squirty, but there's getting to be more of it. I don't know if that's good or bad. All right, somewhere around the 130-foot takeoff area there for Gary. Compare that to his first. It's going to be real close, about the exact same. Cameron Simmons here, young kid, 24 years old, born and raised up in Owasso, Oklahoma. He's got about 1,200 hours, most of it in Cub types of aircraft. Easy for me to say, yeah. Currently at grad school right now, working on a master's in aviation and space. Pretty stock Carbon Cub SS with the exception of some higher compression pistons, 10-to-1, and those are giving him a nice takeoff there, right around the 120-foot zone. All right, Jim Crane. Lobster Express here. VGs along the top edge, T3 tail wheel suspension, forward gear. Looks like running about 26-inch bush wheels, maybe 29s. Float fittings on it, good all around, great capable setup airplane. He's got a counter. He's in the books right now with about a right about 300 combined. popped the flaps a little earlier than maybe he wanted to. There you can see the wind, how much variation there is there. Big crosswind beginning at about 15 feet above the ground. Let's see if John now Humbert can bring it in. Again, he's got a counter as well, but I know he was not happy with his 132-foot landing. He's got his 360 camera out there on the long pole running on the left, which means we're going to have some good YouTube footage coming up of him soon. I'll look for the headlines. Central Florida Classic brought to you by Aviat Aircraft at Sun and Fun, as well as American Legend, Grip Ties, and AirTech Coatings. I like it. Looking at the in-flight cameras and onboard images. Great job by Mark and Angela as well. We're going to have onboard cameras running, and we've got that showing right now as John rotates. Oh, can he keep it airborne? He does. He does at about, oh, it's going to be in the 64. All right, Gary Schmidt bringing it back in, 199. So he had an improvement on both his takeoff and his landing. That's the trend you like. I think he's going to be happy with that for now. Really nice job Humbred there on his takeoff. He beat his previous by 7 feet. He's down to 63 feet. And that was right at the absolute ragged edge of where that zenith was. That zenith was going to keep flying. So nice job there. Really well done. So what's going to happen here, folks, we're going to finish out this the next round. We've got Jaden, Steve Henry back to fly, a couple others, and then Jeff Poehler, my assistant up here in the announcer stand, has got his 170 fired up. He will go out and compete in the light touring division. I will then go jump into his airplane. We'll basically do almost a hot pit. I'll fly my passes, and if you're a 170 fan, a classic old round tail, you'd like to see what those airplanes can do in the light, stick around. Then we'll be coming back for the final round. Of course, great, after the 170 flies, great chance to go grab some beverages, a little bit of food for the lunch. Call your friends, tell them to get out here. All right, Pistol Pete's bringing it in high. He's going to try to stay up there in that good wind. Cameron playing it smart. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. He got it. Nice. 20 feet of past the line, which I think is a good answer today. He rolls it out, and let's see what that's going to give him. He had a scratch on the first, and now he's got one in the bank. Smart flying right there. Smart flying. Oh, some good-looking sounds behind us. The Geico Sky Typers T6 is coming in. The air show tonight's going to be great. The cool thing is we'll be done with the STOL stuff, and then we can all head over and enjoy the air show together. Time here for everybody to enjoy everything. Look at the crosswind up there. We got 20 degrees at Crab in. A lot of wind at the 100-foot mark, short of the line. Oh, is he going to keep it in there? We're going to the line judge. Line judge is giving me a thumbs up. The laser saying good. And looking at the photo camera on the line, it is a good score, 4. Nice job there, Jim Crane. Now our zenith. John's bringing it in low. He's going to get it stable, hopefully, and just ride it in here, find a flat to where the wind quits, pull the power, and hopefully touch down all at the same time. Hopefully the ideas and the airspeed and altitude all carry together, but it doesn't. And you see that crosswind effect right there is a little bit of yaw to the airplane. Tough day for him there. Tough job there, John. But he's got one in the books earlier that was good. So, there we go. Wow, this is getting, this light experimental category is exciting. People really flying close to the edge, trying hard to maximize those numbers. Can't blame them. There's some good money on the line. National STOL, with the great assistance of Aviat Aircraft, an American legend, helping make this what's going to be the premier STOL events across the country. Stuff you can expect to see in the future, going back to Gainesville, Texas. Malacca, Minnesota. Jeff Pohl up here on the microphone helping me out and getting ready to fly himself is the STOL coordinator. He invented the Malacca Sods STOL Busters event, and he's back. Hey, we're just talking about your event. No, you cannot just have Jaden fly your airplane and count the score for you. I'm sure she is better at flying your airplane than you. All right, you're gonna go. Yeah, we'll get back on here. I was just telling them about Sod Busters. So you're back. Well, you tell them about Sod Busters.
Well, it's the.
Why are you breathing so hard? You just ran to your airplane and ran back, and now your microphone's not working. Oh, you might be back. I think you're back.
Am I back?
You're back.
How about that?
You are.
Sodbuster STOL competition is, it's previously held at 18 Yankee, my home base airport, but I think because it was so popular, we're going to have to move it, and I think we're going to move it to Brainerd, Minnesota.
Oh, I thought
Minneapolis?
You were going to go to Minneapolis.
MSP?
MSP, right on the middle of the big airport, yeah.
They would love that.
Okay, well, that was an exciting round. There were some guys that really hung it out hard, and some of them it paid off and some it didn't. You seen some guys flying that steeper approach, trying to stay up out of the wind. This is great. Got the onboard images cameras flying with Wild West Aircraft, Steve Henry and Yeehaw 6. You may wonder why it's Yeehaw 6. Well, he has built 7 of them. 7 was purposely built for STOL drag racing, so a combination of STOL events plus speed. He has since sold that airplane. It was successful at what it was designed to do for STOL racing, but he's found that 6 has a little different wing, a little different modifications that's better for the traditional STOL events like this. And of course, he is a crowd favorite, not only for just the capability, but his track record, and he's just such a nice guy. One of the one-wheel wizards running around the STOL world as well. So, who are we up to here? We've got all right, about a 270 it looks like out there. That is not Frank, that is Christian. And Christian's earlier, he had a good takeoff. I don't think he's going to like this one as well, but he had a scratch earlier, so he's got to come in and make a consistent one tonight. Legend Aircraft, the flying airplane here at Sun and Fun with the Aero Club, is back out. It's second pilot flying it. These young men are developing some really nice skills that will come to serve them well throughout their aviation careers, no matter what path they pursue. And again, it's where the mains come off, not the tail wheels. So once those mains lifted off there, it did a little bit better. Got some Florida native birds flying along. They want to check out the STOL action over there. Gonna get some pointers. Maybe serve up a little sushi fish for lunch. The champ now, we saw him again, no practice really yesterday, so he's got things stacked up against him today. $193 for Cole Harris there on the Legend Cub takeoff. SS, this is Mr. Sean Stoltz. He had a 310 takeoff on the first one. Oh, that one's gonna, oh, that left main looked like it rolled pretty long. The right was looking pretty good. Don't know what exactly under the cowl on that Champ, but it definitely snorts like it's got a little more horsepower than normal. Now, Mr. Zorn, Tony. He's got his pipe up there going. Don't worry, FA, it's not lit up this time. Woody pusher. Big foot on the side. Come on, come on, come on. Give us a show. Not too bad, not too bad. Really unique tail wheel combination. If you look. Yeah, if you look closely on Tony's tail wheel on that Woody pusher, he actually has 3 tail wheels, one in the center and then 2 on the outside, and they're raised up just a couple inches. So when he's on a firm surface, the outer 2 are not on the ground, but when he lands out on the sandbars or in the really soft conditions, then those outer wheels contact the ground and provide surface area to help keep the tail wheels afloat. Nice takeoff there by Hal Stockman. He had a 268 earlier. That's definitely an improvement. That was nice. He's getting the feel of that airplane because there's really not much wind helping him out there. Good job, Hal. Look at that thing scoot uphill. Of course, Hal's not a very big guy, but that's some great performance out of that little Rotax. Okay, Kristen coming back into the right. He had a good takeoff, but he needs a landing. He does not have one on the books yet. So let's try to make it happen here. Oh, and it's short. It's a bust. That was going for the line, and he darn near had it. He put it all out there. It didn't happen. Oh, that's too bad. The legend flying it low, Dragon. Come on, come on, make it, chop it. You got it. He's got a counter. He's got a counter. Nice braking action with those heel brakes. That was not easy, and he's going to get himself a score of around 270 feet or so. I like that effort. Little longer landing than his first, but a better takeoff, so I think they're going to average out to be about the same distance, somewhere in the 400-foot range. 500-foot range. 267 landing. All right, the Champ. That thing's smoking. He's going to have to get rid of some airspeed. It is bleeding off fairly well. Gave away 100. Nice smooth touchdown. What can we do with the brakes? Now, notice we're starting to get just a couple drops. It's not going to be enough to affect anything except for the braking action out there. You start get that grass wet, and it's going to start getting a little tougher to get these airplanes stopped. Then you got the question you got to ask yourself, do you want to land where everybody else has and worn out the grass and ride through the dirt, or do you want to sidestep and get over to the fresh grass? I like that boo on the bottom of the center airframe flap. And he's going to get a good one at the line. 25-foot touchdown. Come on, Tony. Get her shut down. Get her shut down. Nice work. Hey, Mr. Gary Ward, welcome. It's glad to see you down there. Hopefully you had a good time on your passes and enjoyed them. Couldn't have been easy coming in with no practice, but we're sure glad you made it down. Okay, Hal, let's put something down. Give me a 375 landing if you can. Oh, you better get back up to altitude. Oh, that ain't going to work. That was a scratch. Well, we'll see. I don't know if the judge didn't see that right main touched or the where I'm sitting is a different angle. I'm looking down on it, so I don't have the best view. So out there at 350 feet prior, he might have been okay still. All right, here comes Jaden Newman, Steve Henry, and I think Tony back there. Good view of Yeehaw 6. 44 is the race number for the STOL Racing at Reno Air Races, which STOL Drag Racing is the first new official class in over 25 years at Reno. When you start looking at that Yeehaw 6, you can't, I mean, I can't even begin to tell you all the different modifications. I probably know more about it than anybody, and I've been in the hangar and seen them and talked to them and flown across the country with Steve and his airplane, with my airplane, and it's just so capable. It's really cool. Ground adjustable prop, and you know the airplane will cruise along at 100 mile an hour and fly as slow as 25. So we saw Miss Jaden. She put down a 74 foot takeoff, but she had a big long landing, 360. Obviously that is not going to work and get her on the podium. Where Steve Henry is packing a total score of about 145. And Tony Amaral there has combined of just over 300 feet. So, yes. All right, Jaden, here we go. Let's get it going, girl. 17 years old. Nice takeoff. I think that's going to be improvement over. Well, it's going to be really close. Let's see what they judge. Let's see what they call. Really close. And I think that's going to be a little bit long. A little longer than our first. "67 feet, and yeah, that's just a little longer than our first. You won't be as happy with that. I just looked down here and got a good friend, Larry Strain, here. He and I have narrated air shows, traditional air shows, for years. It's great to see him up top here as he watches Yeehaw 6 for the first time. Woo! And this man's been around aviation a long time and seen a lot of things, and he just gave the look of expression on his face of like, how did that just happen? Oh, it's good. That is good. That's always exciting. We're so thankful. Now, while Steve has flown that airplane all the way across the country, that 55-foot takeoff was brought to you today by his motorhome and his trailer. He just folded up the wings on that airplane, stuck it in the back, and brought it down the easy way. Him and Hal and the two other people road tripped it. Made it all the way from Idaho to here in 2 days. Pretty much non-stop driving. That's dedication to the sport. All right, Tony, let's give us a good one. Real close to what we had before, 175-ish. Now what I don't know is whether Steve is pumping the gas to that Yamaha today. He does have the capability to run nitrous. He doesn't always do it. It depends on the winds. It depends on the conditions. You watch his takeoffs. If it's a low wind day, he'll pick up the tail and then rotate to lift off. If you look at his flaps actually have curved extensions on the bottom edge to help increase their efficiency at slow speed, gain air off that prop blast. But if it's got a nice headwind of about 12 mile an hour or more, he'll just leave the tail wheel pinned to the ground, add the power. He'll skid the tires if a lot of conditions. And the airplane will be airborne at about 10 to 15 feet. Okay, Jaden, we need a good landing. Fly it all the way, girl. Fly it. That one's looking good. There you go. There you go. Get on those brakes. Get that carbon cub shut down. Nice job. We got to remember, folks, this is her first STOL competition ever. So I guarantee she's got some jitters going on right now. Nice job. Well, there's our beautiful Jeff Poles 170 down there. That's a 180 horse Avcon conversion with Sportsman STOL kit and VGs. Big 31-inch Alaska bush wheels and a T3 suspension. And she's a nice flying airplane. Steve's taking it risky, dragging it in low. He does have really good throttle response for that engine, though, but is it going to be enough? No, I can't tell. That was too close to the line. Line judge, what are we getting for an 80-foot landing? Oh, I saw a red X on the hands. Jaden's landing was 253. That was a 110-foot improvement over her first. And Steve Henry right there, looks like that is going to be a bust. So that is not what they wanted to get. But the competition gets tighter and tighter. Round 3 is going to be this afternoon. We're going to fly the 170. Well, then we're going to fly it twice, actually. Both Jeff and I will both take our turns in that, and then we'll take a lunch break. Looking out the side window here, that one's going to run out of airspeed and altitude a little too soon. But you notice with the high AOA, he can't see over the nose, so he's flying the airplane sideways, looking out that side. That's why those cones and everything else out there are marked to show exactly where it is. Well, Jeff and I have been giving each other a really bad time, but he's a good friend of mine. We've flown together. We've competed together. And he's generous enough to let me fly his airplane down here, so I appreciate that. I wish him the best in the competition, and I really wish for the wind to die down right now. If the wind and everything cooperates, we're talking at sub 100-foot takeoffs for this 170. And it is not the lightest, most stripped down model by any means. It's not a heavy airplane, but it's not a super light one. Tail comes up. He's going to use that rotational force when he lowers it to rotate into the air. He's airborne. It's going to be about 151 feet, it looks like, which today, honestly, is not too bad. Now he's got the pattern all to himself. He's got to get the jitters out. We got to make the turn. We got to go so far down there before we turn around the Geico insurance building. He's going to make his turn. He'll fly a nice short pattern, so these patterns will go. This will zip out real quick. So as a rookie, he went up to the Valdez STOL competition as a rookie and came out of Valdez as a rookie with a second-place trophy. That doesn't happen very often. I don't know if it's really happened hardly at all. Load the airplane up with two of his friends. Nice, easy, about a day-and-a-half trip down from Minnesota. Good news is the temperature was going up 10 degrees every hour they flew. He said it was 10 degrees when they left. So he's kind of enjoying this warm weather. Oh, look at that flag at show center, showing a slight tailwind component. Calm 100 feet after the line, 200 feet after the line, 300 feet after the line. Mr. J. Stanford, you flew pretty well. Your numbers are looking good. So we enjoyed it as always, but there's still some people shooting for you. All right, Jeff is normally a pretty low profile, about a 1 degree glide path, bring it in on the power, but I think today we're going to see him ride a little higher than he normally does. A lot of crosswind component right there. He's been watching everybody else, analyzing the winds. Let's see if he can put it to use. He went short. I am not laughing. Dory, I am not laughing. I feel terrible for my friend. His neighbor friend over here, she might be laughing.
She's not laughing. Choking on it.
I'll guarantee he's not going to look at me when he wins by. It's going. Here we go. So what he told me his plan was he was kind of aim for about the 25 foot past the line mark, and then that way if it fell out underneath him, he could still have 25 feet of margin. Looking at that approach, I don't think that's really what he did. So I'll watch this second pass. It'll be interesting to see if that's what he does on the second pass. Better takeoff. He beat that takeoff by 20, 25 feet, I think. Let's see what the scores were earlier. He had 151 on the first one. No doubt this is going to be a better one here. .134. So nice job on the takeoff there. But remember, you've got to put the landing and the takeoff in the same pass. So if he doesn't get it done, leaves the door wide open for me not to hopefully screw up. Well, I hope everybody's having fun here. Sure like to thank Aviat Aircraft, the beautiful Huskies that they've got on display out here, the performance they're giving us for us, and the support of the National STOL League. It is so fun to be a part of this. I appreciate it. Now, here we go, Jeff. Come on, buddy. He's too nice a guy not to root for. That's the problem. So he's a little higher on the glide path here. We'll see if he maintains that. As he's getting lower, it'll be slower and slower. Reducing the airspeed, increasing the AOA. Back down to that same approach angle. This is kind of his normal. Can he make it work? Can he make it? He did. He did. There's his 30-foot landing. Okay, he's got one in the books. It's going to be 200 feet or so. That's not going to be the easiest to beat. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to spin that airplane around. Let's see if he's going to take one more, if he's going to shut it down and let me jump in it and go. Hope everybody's having fun watching so far. We'll knock out these next rounds and then get to the finals after a little break for the lunch. He's going for one more. And the reason we're doing it this way is obviously where we have our duties up here on the announcer stands. it's easiest just for us to all knock it off and go fly all 3 of our passes at one time. And if when you show up here tomorrow with all your friends, what you'll notice is we'll actually fly our competition passes before everybody else, before the TV production runs. And if you're watching on live air show TV at home, you'll see it all edited in. It'll look like it all happened in live. You'll wonder, how's the guy flying the airplane and talking about it at the same time? And he's going to get that one airborne just a little bit earlier. I don't think it's going to beat his 134, though. Now, one of the things, the original 170s all came with what we called single puck brakes. It had one cylinder compressing on the disc brake. As you go to the bigger tires, what you have to find is you have to increase your braking action. And the way you do that is you end up running double puck brakes. Those big 31-inch Alaska bush wheels, they serve a couple purposes. One of the things in this competition here is they're really good at absorbing energy. So you can watch that he can drop the airplane in, the tire will really squish, it'll keep the airplane on the ground, actually landing with a little bit of brake applied. But the problem is with those double puck brakes and the 180 horsepower engine out on the front, it's a little nose heavier than most 170s. So you can't land with too much brake on, or you run the risk of getting up on your nose. My airplane at home, I'm running 26s, which are kind of just ran out of too much. I need to get to the double pucks, or when I float back and forth, my 8.5s and single puck brakes work really well. I can land with them pretty much set. Luckily, this grass has stayed dry for us. I think he's probably really going to go for the line on this. He knows he's got a counter. He's got 2 good landings. He's got a 2 good takeoffs. He's got a safe landing. If it's predictable and he does his normal, he'll hit the line, and that's about what he did. Oh, dang you. Oh, he just threw the gauntlet down. This is going to get tough. Alrighty, well, folks, I'll be off the mic jumping back in the airplane. Jeff will be up here soon. John Jughead Council's out of here. Thanks. Let's have some fun.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the old Dirty Bird is John Jughead Council, none other than your MC. And it kind of hurts me a little bit because he just climbed into my airplane. I just got done doing my runs. And there's a good chance he's going to beat me. I'm looking at my runs. I don't want to talk about him. Hopefully he didn't either. But he stands a good chance. I watched him fly that thing yesterday, and he was kind of good at it. So let's see what Jughead can do. If everybody on the line here, as he's coming in on short final, if you can start waving your arms, I'd appreciate it. And it's just to let him know that you care. If you have shirts, anything bright, throw them up in the air. I think you guys know what's going on here. Let's see what Jughead can do. It's looking like about a 2,000-foot takeoff for Jughead. 2,000 feet. Good job, Jughead. A 177.11 for Jughead's first takeoff. He's going to have to do a bit better than that to beat me in my own Dirty Bird. I'm glad he can't hear me. I don't want him knowing that he has to do better. It's right about now, it's probably sinking in that he's been whooped. His palms are getting sweaty. He's forgetting what to do. We just hope he pulls it together so he doesn't bend my airplane. Right about now is when you guys start throwing hats, shirts, and anything bright up into the air. And you can start chanting scratch. Scratch for Jughead. Scratch. Nobody? Okay. I'll just sing it by myself. Jughead was saying he likes that steep approach. He's doing a good job. Let's hope he puts it down before the numbers, or at least 100 feet past. Uh-oh. Oh, that was good. I hate to admit it, but that was good. Let's see what that is. I want to say that's probably going to be about a 220-footer. $221.1 feet for Jughead. So we got about a 398 total score for him so far. He's got 2 more runs. I scratched on one of mine. Let's hope he scratches on 2 more of his. I've got some secrets for better takeoffs with that airplane, but of course, I didn't share them with him. It's called good sportsmanship. he did a little bit better. I think that was 1,500 feet for Jughead. I'm sorry, 196.3. So he's a little bit longer than his first run. Let's hope he keeps this consistency up. Now, personally, I think he looks like he's coming in a little hot. He'll probably make me eat my words. Oh, he's coming after me hard. Scratch. Scratch it. Atta boy. Am I the only one that's happy about that? Okay. He hit so hard he knocked my door open. Come on, Jughead. A little early for a victory lap there, bud. Looked like a pretty clean 299-foot takeoff. I can't give the guy any credit, I'm sorry. A 165.6. Well, I didn't see that coming. Well, 165.6. Let's hope he does a really nice scratch here, and we can just wrap this up. Well, Jughead's coming in on his next scratch. Any of you heavy touring guys, we got about 20 minutes, and we're going to start the final round for the day. So heavy touring, start Get into your airplanes. Heavy doggone, Warren, pay attention. Heavy touring, can you hear me now? Heavy touring, you have about 20 minutes. All right. Let's see what Jughead, oh, this is going to be long. Good deal. Nice job. I'm feeling good. See my doors open again. Ask me how that makes me feel. Let's see what he pulled together here. You know, you got to give it to the guy. In fact, while we both fly 170s, mine is pretty modified in comparison to his. He's running a pretty much a stock airplane, 145 horse, fixed pitch prop. In fact, I don't even know if he has a climb prop on it. And I've got 180 horse Avcon conversion running the 31-inch bush wheels, the T3 tail wheel suspension. I've got micro aero VGs and a Sportsman STOL kit. So, oh, and a 80-inch Trailblazer constant speed propeller. So the performance of that airplane going in front of you right now is pretty sick compared to a stock 170. So the fact that he really doesn't have any time in that airplane is pretty incredible. He's pulling these numbers together. So if everybody could give MC Jughead a round of applause while he exits my airplane and makes me go put it away. Thank you, Jughead. Good job, Jughead. All right, last call here. We got 20 minutes. Heavy touring guys, get to your airplanes. We're going to take about a 10-minute break here. So if you guys want to go grab a pop, grab something from concession stands, we're going to pick up here in about 10 minutes. We'll start talking to you again. In about 20 minutes, we're going to start watching airplanes.
which fosters the love of aviation in generations to come. Live as these pilots put their skills to the test at Sun and Fun's famed They fly into places that have no roads, places with such beauty, it'll take your breath away. Places that most pilots wouldn't dream of going, thought to only be accessible by helicopter. Beyond just getting there, these pilots turn everything into a competition. And in this case, shorter is better. Shorter takeoffs, shorter landings. They've come to Lakeland, Florida, where normally thousands of people gather in April for the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. At the Sun and Fun campus, the main focus is to benefit the Aerospace Center for Excellence, which fosters the love of aviation in generations to come. But today, STOL comes alive as these pilots put their skills to the test at Sun and Fun's famed Paradise City. The National STOL Series kicks off today, not only for prizes, but valuable points that will crown a champion at the end of the 2021 season. Welcome to the Aviat Aircraft Central Florida Classic.
Dang, that was good. He wants to maximize the takeoff. Let's go. Oh, it's going to be a drop down. Nails a landing. I think that takeoff was better, Hal. That was good. Oh, yes. That was almost perfect. to maximize the takeoff. Let's go. Oh, it's going to be a drop down. Nails the landing. I think that takeoff was better, Hal. That was good. Oh, yes. That was almost perfect.
You hearing?
In the right one. Left one's dead.
I've got you loud and clear.
Where can you...
They fly into places that have no roads. Places with such beauty, it'll take your breath away. Places that most pilots wouldn't dream of going, thought to only be accessible by helicopter. Beyond just getting there, these pilots turn everything into a competition. And in this case, shorter is better. Shorter takeoffs, shorter landings. They've come to Lakeland, Florida, where normally thousands of people get. Today, not only for prizes, but valuable points that will crown a champion at the end of the 2021 season. Welcome to the Aviat Aircraft Central Florida Classic.
Dang, that was good. He wants to maximize the takeoff. Let's go. Oh, it's going to be a drop down. Nails a landing. I think that takeoff was better, Hal. That was good. Oh, yes. That was almost perfect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2020 Aviat Aircraft Central Florida Classic at Sun and Fun Expo Grounds. My name is John Jughead Council, and on me, joining me on the podium for the first time, STOL champion himself, Jeff Pohl.
Champion.
What a morning we have had here at Lakeland. It has been tough flying conditions, Jeff, but we have seen some of the old veterans be challenged by some of the newcomers coming along, and we've seen some people at their first national STOL event. Overcome those jitters. It has not been an easy day to fly and compete. While the grounds look absolutely beautiful here, the setup by everybody could not be better. The weather conditions have been just a little bit tough. Now, we're going to get into those in a little bit details. Real quick, talking about our classes here. That's how we break everything down. Actually, Jeff, tell us about that weather right now.
Well, I guess they want to talk about the weather. The weather has been less than ideal for STOL. In STOL, obviously, we're competing. We want right down the pipe. We want nice, steady, calm. Either way, just not variable. We've had variable. We've had about 9 miles per hour out of the southeast. And being variable, it makes it really tough when you're coming in, basically hanging on a stall.
It's kind of a warm, moist air column, about 500-foot density altitude, but we don't have any rain, so that's good. The grass is staying consistent. And so now what we're going to see is we're going to see the 5 different classes of airplanes try to compete. Again, our obstacle here is to have the shortest takeoff and landing scores combined in one pass. Our passes are broken down in the touring, and our heavy touring classes we see lined up right now. These are our Cessna 180s today. We got 2 of those in the Cessna 182s. We got 3 different models, 2 of the older lightweight T-tail or square tail models, and they're weighing in at up to 3,600 pounds. This is going to be a fun competition. This is the heavyweights. Now the light touring, your and I favorite. These are the 170s that you and I fly, the 172s, the better airplanes, better pilots, the 172s, and we got a combination. We got an old, very strict 172 up to a 2,499-pound gross, and then we've got a tail dragger conversion 172. Of course, our Bush class, that features our Aviate Husky. Those are our sponsor airplanes, so they're bringing it. They're bringing it a lot. Our Huskies, we've got some PA-12s out there. Some of the X-Cub products and stuff out of Cub Crafters. Again, these are certified airplanes up to that max weight there, Jeff, of about 2,300 pounds. But tell me about this next class, because this is getting exciting.
Experimental. Well, what's really exciting about this is you've got, like you mentioned earlier, you got your young and you got your veteran, and they're going head-to-head, and we've seen some really, really tight numbers.
Yeah, our Carbon Cubs. We've got our Mooses. These are experimental class airplanes above 1,320 pounds, and they're having a battle out here today. And you're going to see a lot of the Carbon Cubs, EXs and FXs out here in this category. And then there's everyone's favorite. These are the Unlimiteds, the light experimental. So this is the, the Rands, the Legends. These are the Carbon Cub SSs. These are the Dakota Cubs. These are the Rands, the Super STOLs, Steve Henry's.
Should we call this a Steve Henry class?
Yeah, this is the Steve Henry class. But we got that new gal. What's her name? Jaden. Oh,
Holy
my
smokes.
gosh. She came out of nowhere in Arkansas and just about knocked the champion off the top of the pedestal.
In her takeoffs today.
They were good. She is in the game. So it is absolutely going to be great. We're getting ready for round 3 to come back to us, and I cannot wait. And we've got, as we get everybody lined up, let's explain how this works again, Jeff. They're going to taxi up one at a time right out here to show center. There's a 12-inch chalk line marked on the grass out there, and they're going to very precisely start at that distance. We're going to measure their place where they take off, and that's defined by where the last main tire lifts off, and they do shoot that and measure that with a LiDAR laser. This first gentleman coming up, this is Mr. Jimmy Grist. Now, he knows everything about STOL. I don't mean everything in a bad way, but he's ran STOL competitions. He's competed. This is his family 180. This thing is immaculate, dude. It's like right out of the factory, this waist.
Would you say 30 years it's been in his family?
It's been in his family, yeah, for over 30 years. There were only about 27 of the 180s built after this one came off the production line. This is still original paint, original windows. He's been performing really well.
That is close. I don't know what to say there, Jughead.
It was tough to tell exactly where he got airborne. A little bit hard there. 237 was his first takeoff. 236, so he's been really consistent. We'll see if this is much different. I don't know. I look at the flags out here. Everything has seemed to have died down just a little bit, so we may see some longer distances coming out. Now this is a classic 182. I mean, this is the one that everybody flies. They've still got the seats in it. They've got all the gear. All they did was show up, sign up, and say, we want to show what
they're here to have fun.
Everyday 182 can do. Heck yeah, they're having fun. They're flying a great airplane. Kind of using that soft field technique, a little longer than his earlier takeoffs, but man, that airplane just performs so well. And there's nothing, no mods on that. That is anybody, any day, basic flying skills being demonstrated.
In a heavy airplane, I mean, he's still under 500 feet. I mean, that's very respectable.
He's under 400 feet. Well, tell us about Warren, though, here. That airplane is sweet looking.
That thing is polished. So Warren has got a nice light one. I don't know what year this one is, but the thing is light. If you watch him when he takes off, he gets that tail up off the ground fast, kind of like I do with the 170. But the 170 is quite a bit lighter. So the fact that he can get that tail up like that is impressive.
Oh, that was
awesome.
150-foot takeoff approximately. These are unofficial rules that we're just looking by. As you look down to the cones there, they're marked out in 25, 50, 75, 100, and then we go to 150 and 200-foot increments. But that 1955 180 right there, Warren's, that was good. That was a nice performance. Now here's one of what we call the nose draggers. Obviously a 182, but it's got the long gear, it's got the big tires, heavy-duty nose fork, good motor.
He gets it off.
Nice. This airplane flies really well. He was on the podium with us at Lone Star STOL, so we know that he's a winner. He's a proven in these competitions. This is William Gilstrap. Okie boy.
Oh yeah, I remember him now. He's got some extra ponies.
It roars,
Look at
and
that.
again, I mean, Jeff, I'm seeing the tail hit the ground, the mains. Tell me how that all relates.
Well, being a nose dragger, he's able to bring that tail down farther, increasing his angle of attack. So these nose draggers have a little bit of an advantage, in my opinion, for takeoff.
Yeah, I agree, and he absolutely maxed it. When the tail hit the ground, i.e. the tie-down ring, the mains lifted off. He popped the flaps at the same time to maximize the coefficient of lift and got absolute airborne at the minimal speed. Now this is Jeff Stanford, our Georgia boy. Him and his son Jay are down. Beautifully restored 182, and he flies it so well.
Nice and
it has
clean.
been super tight. There's the 180. He made a tight pattern, so he's on the bypass right there overhead. But we're talking Jeff had a 162 and a 155, and William was in the 140 to 150. So we are right there. Those guys are neck and neck all day long. It is going to come down to the finals. 179 for that takeoff. So that was actually Jeff Stanford's longest takeoff of the day. Now, both Jeff and William have scratches on their second passes. So right now they've only got one in the book. And actually, Jeff Stanford does not have a full one in the book. So here comes Sheldon Hetherington. Oh, and that is
short.
Just short. Again, we saw a lot of scratches this morning. Why do you think that was, Jeff?
Well, the winds kept switching, and across the runway here, we've got a tree line, and the wind is coming from the southeast. It's coming up over the top of those trees, and it's really messing things up at the line here. We're dealing with a quartering crosswind, and then all of a sudden it goes, flat calm, and then all of a sudden you'll have a tailwind. So it's been really unpredictable.
Now, I can't blame Sheldon, though. He had 2 good scores in the book, so he could gamble on this. He knew that takeoff was probably a little longer than his earlier ones, so he threw everything he had on it, took all the risk he could to try to pin a great landing.
Here comes
now,
Warren.
Warren's got the same thing. He's got a good one in the book, so now he can really go for it here and try to get to the top of the podium.
Oh, short.
And that one is going to be short as well.
If they could just hear us inside the airplane, we could talk them through this, Jughead.
We could. But, okay, look what we're seeing, though, Jeff. 300, 200, 150, and 100 feet, we've got a headwind component, a 45-degree right cross headwind. At the touchdown line, it's calm to possibly just a slight tailwind. That is going to challenge these guys and gals all day long.
That means you're going to get a massive sink in the last 50 feet where you don't want it.
It's the most critical time. You're at your closest edge of your aircraft's characteristics, and you're going to rely on every little bit of your seat of the pants flying. Hopefully they're sport aircraft seats, because those are nice and comfortable. You can sit in those things all day long and feel everything your airplane's talking to you about. Now here comes William. All right. He is really hanging on the prop, and it is going to run out of energy. He might have actually even gotten the tail on that one as well there. That was a hard effort. But he had one in the books. So, again, 3 runs for everybody. But if you scratch on either the takeoff or the landing, it doesn't count. And so, out of all these efforts, He's only got one set of good passes, which is kind of what everybody's going to have today, except for Jimmy. Jimmy Gist has been consistent. And Sheldon, looks like he's been a little bit better.
He's coming in a little faster.
That is fast, but he's going to guarantee he makes it. He's putting a score in the book, and he needs one because the first two did not count for him. I know he's not going to be totally happy with those numbers. He even helped himself by shutting the engine off. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. There's residual thrust right there. What'd he give up? Watching the line there, looks like he gave up about 45 feet of distance, but
he's in.
He's in. He is in for the finals tomorrow, and that's what is important. These guys are all trying to make the transfer. Then here comes Jimmy Gist. He started this out, but he had had to go around for spacing on his third landing attempt. Beautiful, stable approach, though. It's all good here. It's good here. It's good here. And now, can he carry the energy?
Oh,
no. Right where that flag. Right where that flag quits. You can see it.
Now, you might be to blame for that because, you know, you just got done saying how he's been real consistent. He hasn't scratched all day, and then look what you did to him.
Okay. Sure, you're going to blame me for his pilot mistakes.
He's on my side here.
All right, well, that brings us in tight with the heavy touring class. Great show today. And, you know, and airplanes that are just easy to fly, fun to fly. And these guys went out and they simply worked on the basic flying skills that they have every single day. I mean, these are the same pilot training standards you get for your private license, or if you upgrade to a commercial or a CFI. They've just refined it and practiced it a little bit more. And when people are always asking, you know, how do I get into STOL? I go, well, the first thing you do is you go burn 100 gallons of gas.
Yeah.
And after you do that, you burn a couple more 100 gallons of gas. And it's not about flying around. It's about flying patterns and landings.
And talk to some of the guys that have been in it, because there's a lot of tricks that I've been able to pick up. I haven't been in it that long, but I've picked these tricks up from the veterans, like yourself, Jughead, and my buddies up in Alaska. But you talk to these guys, and they'll give you tips and tricks on how to fly these airplanes in ways you never knew possible.
So right now, unofficial scoring has Jeff Stanford leading the Havering Tour at 584. So that big, long landing he just had may not have been what he really wanted, but playing smart, playing the strategic game right here, he finds himself on the top going into the finals tomorrow. He's got to be pretty happy with that overall.
You know, it just shows he's smarter, because what happens to me is I get competitive. And then I'm like, I'm going to nail that line. What happens? A scratch. And then you win.
Sometimes the smart competitor knows when to back off just a bit.
See, I don't always have strategy.
All right. Well, here comes our light touring class. We got two great 172s and really opposite type of 172s. Why don't you tell me about the Colonel right there and his bird?
I can't quote it, but I believe, what is he, 56?
57.
57. So 57, he's bone stock except for the Super Drooper wingtips he's got there. He's running a 145 horse Continental and a fixed pitch propeller. He has been, he competed in Lone Star. That was his first STOL competition, and he fell in love. So he's one of the good ones. He's one of the guys that is just happy to be here.
Absolutely. He did get a climb prop on it since Texas. So
he did?
Yeah, so he goes, yeah, I'm expecting a little bit more out of my airplane. The second airplane there is a beautiful 172 that's been converted to a tail dragger. And instead of the normal Continental or Lycoming, and he's old school, he's got a 180 horse Franklin. It's flown by Joel Diesel Dobson. He's an old Air Force F-16 guy, now flies for Delta Airlines. He's come out and flown with me in the Pacific Northwest in my 170. So we have a lot of fun, not only the Delta Alaska Airlines rivalry, we got the F-15, F-16 rivalry, we got the 172, 170 rivalry, but we have a great time with him. He's a good guy.
We should watch what happens here, because, all right, so Joel in the tail dragger 172, he's got this thing dropped on his tail. He's got that giant bush wheel. Now, the Colonel, he can drop that tail right down to the ground. So let's see what happens on takeoff. We got 145 horse.
The Colonel's a big man. I wouldn't want to get in a fight in a foxhole with him. He's a big guy. He's got about 220 pounds of ballast hanging onto the yoke. Joel's a skinny little kid. You know, he's a mountain climber. He's like a goat. And so it's going to be a good competition of old and young, both airplanes and different styles. Of course, let's see. Pressures. Joel did well, though. Joel just missed the podium at the Lone Star, or not the Lone Star STOL, at Arkansas.
Look how close those guys are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they are. But Matt had 2 scratches, so he needs to get one on the board.
He's going to fix it here.
He will.
He knows
the wind. The wind. Where'd it go? Those flags are dead still.
I thought he was going to sink back in.
He was looking. His earlier takeoffs were 221 is his best, and that one I think.
And that's an 145 horse against 180 horse.
True.
I mean,
now,
we got to give him some props.
Joel's airplane, because it's got adaptions, it's a little heavier. But boy, yep, he kept it airborne.
If Matthew can keep it together, if he can cross that line.
Now watch as Joel, he'll start out with partial flaps, and when he drops that tail, watch for him to pull full flaps, try to maximize the AOA both with the flaps and the configuration at the same time with the gear.
And pull, he's ready to go.
And he did. He left a little on the ground. It flew before that tail wheel got down, so he could have done a little bit better. Matt's first, or his takeoff we just saw was let's call it 307. We'll round it up. So in between, his definitely was best his first, but it was a scratch. So he needs to come in and put a good landing down. Joel there has one in the books at 595 feet. Oh, those takeoffs were almost identical, within 3 feet of each other.
They are tight. All right, this is really where it comes down. Who is going to take it? We got Army and we got Air Force. We got tail dragger and we got nose dragger.
Oh yeah, we got Old Classic and we got Frankenstein.
I'm rooting for Matthew on this one.
I really do. He's just such a great, humble guy.
You don't find a nicer guy.
And he's just here to absolutely have fun flying. He knows coming in that the chance of him winning is pretty slim. But I gotta admit, Diesel's kind of got the same. Diesel's even out there practicing some slow flight on his downwind.
He's going to do some stalls on his way in to do some STOL.
People talk about how do you get good flying your airplane slow? Well, you practice every chance you get, and if the cameras could show it, Joel right now has got about 20 degrees nose high attitude. No, that's the Hornet over there. We don't want to look at the Navy Hornet. There we go. Let's get back to some good airplanes here. Okay. Flags. Headwind, headwind, headwind. Calm at the line again.
Let's hope he carries a touch extra power, because this is what has gotten so many of us today.
Come on, Matt. Come on.
Carry a little bit of power. He needs that now.
We need a hoorah. There it is.
More.
That's it. That's
He's in.
it.
He's in the books.
30-foot line on the brakes. Get her stopped. All right.
He read that sink perfect.
He did. That was just the right amount of power. We've got a counter. We've got a contest going on here with the light STOL. Folks, I hope you are enjoying this. Everybody out there live, Air Show TV land. This is the Aviat Aircraft Central Florida Classic. Easy for me to say, classic.
See, I let you say that part because I'd be all tongue-tied. Now,
we
isn't he always running late?
Yeah.
Joel, yeah. There he is.
He has been late all weekend. He found the airport, though. That's not bad for an F-16 guy.
Now, he's got some in the books, doesn't he?
He does.
He's got one in the books.
He's got a counter. Right. So, now we
sometimes forget we're in this class, too.
I know. We're in this. These are our competitors. So, it's like, you don't want to talk them up and do them well, but I want a good competition.
I would love to see a tight one, a nice, tight competition with certain people, you know.
Come on, Joel. Don't. He's
right
right behind the power curve. He's using the power to keep it flowing at its min speed, but when this wind dies right there, it's going to get tough, is he?
Oh, he got it.
He got it.
He got it.
Oh, my gosh. These guys almost
brakes.
matched each other. This is going to be neck and neck. I cannot wait till tomorrow.
I think he got the landing on that one.
I think he did, too.
Not by a lot, but
I think Joel just took the lead in the light sport category with that. Look at that replay. He cleared the line by 1.5 inches vertically. That was beautiful.
We're going to go with light touring class on that one.
Oh, you know it was close when he actually tripped the laser with his tires, but the judge is watching the tape and the judge on the line. They're looking at the center of the axle, and that comes down as a good landing.
241.
241.
Nice job.
Wow.
You know what? The good thing is tomorrow, regardless, all of us get to play again.
That's true. This is just fighting to get into the finals. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, we got the first 2 rounds here done. It's time to pay a few of our sponsor bills.
love our new home. There's so much space.
We have a guest room now?
But we have ants.
You're slouching again, Ted.
Expired. Expired. Expired.
Thanks, Aunt Bonnie.
It's a lot of house. I hope you can keep it clean.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Which helps us save a lot of money.
Oh, Teddy, did you get my friend request?
I'll have to check.
Aunt Joni's here.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Well, welcome back to Lakeland Lander Regional Airport. We are at the Aviat Aircraft Central Florida Classic, and the STOL competition, Jeff, is wonderful. It's just about as warm as the weather, and it's getting better.
It's so much better than Minnesota, I can't even tell you.
What was the temperature in Minnesota when you left?
I think it's about 10 degrees.
Yeah, they don't even know what that means down here. Their freezers don't even go down that cold. Well, we are moving up to the Bush class. These are the classics. This is what everybody thinks about when they think about the old days of flying back in the bush in Alaska. Starting off with a beautiful 160 horsepower Super Cub flown by Ryan Moran. This is a Florida boy out of Stewart. He's not running the biggest tire. He's not running any tricks. This is just a good old stock Cub, but he's been flying well. Scores-wise, I think we've got a couple in the book for him. He has 2 in the book. He's been Mr. Consistent all day. So, he can really gamble on this one. A little bit of headwind for him finally.
Not like it was earlier. It's laid down a bit, but you know what? Anything is better than nothing.
Yeah, but the takeoffs are going to be longer, but I think the landings are going to be shorter.
Fighting less of that crosswind.
Well, next is coming up is the early cousin to that PA-18 that we just saw. Baron Oglesby has his 1947 PA-12. It's a super cruiser. This was kind of the family edition. It's got a seat in the back that you could put 2 people in if they're smaller or medium size or they really like each other. But this is a fun airplane. Big difference though, is just doesn't have any flaps, so it's definitely a longer takeoff and landing. Tough airplane really to compete with. I think he's out here for the fun and the personal challenge because it's always about personal best as well.
Well, and he's done a good job so far. That's a nice clean takeoff.
That was really well timed. He did a nice job, and he's been consistent as well. He's got 2 scores in the book. The first 2 takeoffs were the exact same at 299.
When you don't have those flaps to pull, you know, it makes it a lot tougher. You really have to know your airplane to pull them off clean like that.
Now, here's the first of our sponsor aircrafts, Aviate Husky, but they come out of the shop with those beautiful graphics. This one seems to have some modified graphics on it.
Ornery.
Yeah, that Husky does not look happy. It looks like he's got a little extra bark to him. And there's no doubt that engine is definitely sounding hot. And oh, wow. That was a nice takeoff. That is right at the 100 century mark. That is sweet. Being flown there by Mr. Austin Clemens, just a young kid, 17 years old when he started flying, and he's 17 now. He started flying when he was 12, and that was some incredible flying right there. The kid has obviously gone to school and learned well. 17 years old and about 1,400 hours of flying time, and I bet most of it's really low and slow and really learning to max perform the airplane. Doug Smith now rolling with a stock Husky. Oh, he was a little early on that pole. He was hoping it was going to fly, and it just wasn't quite ready.
Did you just tell me that 17-year-old kid has 1,400 hours?
Yeah.
1,400.
1,400 hours.
I've been flying since he was 7, and he has more than I do. He was 7. Like, he couldn't even reach the rudder pedals if he was sitting on the floor, probably.
Well, I also hear he's pretty good with a steerman. Like, really good with the steerman.
Somebody let me look at one once.
But, now, he calls his airplane the dog. It definitely had some bark to it. Now, here comes our Cub coming back in. Let's see what Ryan can do. He's been putting 2 good ones down. Oh, going to drag the tail. That one ran out. But, like we talked about earlier, he has the ability to really gamble on that one because he had 2 good scores in the book. So, I can't blame him for that. And he came really close to flying it all the way there. The left main made it, the right main not quite. Now, Oh, Mr. Baron Oglesby. This is a Lakeland kid, so all the locals should be rooting, hooting, and hollering. I like his approach. He's definitely carrying some speed. He's flying that off, and that is just not quite going to be what he needs though today. Looking back here at this line, let's see. I love these. Oh, yeah, that was a good airplane and a half before. But, man, when you have he probably was completely out of aft stick. He had nothing left on it. And, again, it boils down to where are you when that wind starts to die off? And we're seeing everybody's hitting that 30 to 50 feet short if they land short. Now, here we go. The dog's coming in a little higher, a little steeper. Cool. Listen to this airplane, folks, right? There. Nice on the line. Into reverse prop. This propeller will actually push the airplane backwards, maximizing that landing distance. Beautifully done. That's going to be coming in, it looks like, what is that? Just short of the 150-foot mark for Austin Clemens. That kid is going, you know what? I'm a player. He's had all 3 runs have been clean. That is a big boost to your psyche, isn't it, Jeff?
It would be.
Have you ever flown 3 runs in a row that weren't including a scratch?
Jughead, we're not talking about me right now. We're talking about him. All right, bud? Thanks.
All right, well, there's Doug Smith. Oh, floated that nicely. He got it across. Won't be the landing that he really is hoping for, but he is going to get a counter in, which he needed it. And his 2 takeoffs were the same distance within a 0.9. So he really needed to get on this and get on the brakes and not give up. You just never know. Sometimes you sit there and you go, like today when I flew earlier, what I thought was my best takeoff was my worst. And what I thought was my best landing was not my best landing.
It's a good thing you didn't hear what I was saying about you, because you would have thought they were all pretty bad.
Yeah.
What are friends for, buddy?
Exactly. Yeah, if you can't find them, buy them. Now, lined up behind, we got the second heat of the Bush class. And check out what I see there first. I see what looks like a beautiful carbon cup, but it has a giant, big nose tire. This is flown out of Southern Cubs, which is your local carbon cup dealer. This is the NX Cup, N standing for nose gear, just like Piper did back in the days, Ronca did, Cessna did. They have added a nose gear to some of the most popular backcountry tailwheel type airplanes. And while everybody may scoff at the looks and stuff, they have done an incredible job of engineering them, and it has really been performing well today. Chuck is in with some of the leading scores in the Bush category. We've got Younger Aviation, one of our Ark and STOL competitors, and I think he was working behind the scenes to make that work there, is here with his Christian Husky as well. And then we got another beautiful Christian Husky with the cargo pod. That is a 86 Hotel Tango, Sam Barth, and he's got 2 good scores in the book, so he's looking to improve his standings. And then our Gary Ward out of Georgia, good air show friend of mine, flies an incredible MX-1 unlimited aerobatic routine, and he has just absolutely fallen in love with backcountry flying and low and slow. And he's got a helicopter as well, so he kind of has a choice of things to do, but in his off time he goes, and this is really what he likes to fly. And people are really starting to discover this is the fastest part of aviation growth is off airport. Yeah, I think my eyeball's showing about 109.6. Approximately.
109.6. You better not be right.
109.6 is my prediction there for Chuck Kinberger.
I'm going to go 102.4.
Good radio station, bad guess. 123 is what they're showing from our judges on the line. All right. Beautiful Husky. You know, these airplanes are so well-rounded. You know, you can load them up, 2 people, all your camping gear, your hunting gear, cruise at 125, 130 mile an hour, easily get into a 300-foot strip. Just really good all-around airplanes. And there's a reason they've been around as long as they have. They're such well-designed. Oh, that is boosted. That is smoking.
Let's just hang there for a while, doesn't he? He could have taken that thing off quite a bit shorter.
Yeah, he definitely gave some away there. But I actually think that might be just a slightly better takeoff than we just saw earlier. Now, Gary Ward. Gary came in this morning without any practice. He did put a scratch down on his first landing, but he got his second one in the books. He's got a total of only 210 feet combined scores. 310. 310. Woo! You would have liked that number. So let's see what Gary can do here for us. This beautiful Super Cub. This is certified Cub, a little bit older. Pretty much a classic. He'll start the run with the flaps up, watch him reach down, pull those slotted Fowler flaps from Airframes Alaska.
I'm going 125.
It got up and went, didn't it? That was a good one. And that was it without the moose in the back. You had the moose in the back, it'd been all the way up to maybe 200.
Now, I got to tell you, I got a friend, Doug, with Tannis Aircraft Engineers, and when I was sitting in my airplane, he said that you were telling folks out here how to actually fly better and land shorter in these winds. Why didn't you talk about that when I was still here?
I was busy at the time. Now let's watch. Here is that NX Cub. Watch what he can do with this gear. It is designed to take a rolling, but those shock absorbing donuts, the trailing link of that nose gear is absolutely so well designed that it really lets you put the airplane down hard and maximize the braking and still have prop clearance.
Watching that instant replay, you see he comes down and he gets on those brakes. The thing actually comes up on the nose wheel. The mains come off the ground. That was impressive. I mean, that is a tough nose wheel.
Well, that's one of the great things about the Alaska bush wheels. They don't only improve your safety and capability of the airplane, but they actually really protect the airframe with that bounce. Mr. Young there, that's not going to be too bad a landing for him. I think he'll like that. He's got one in the books that had a really good takeoff with a little longer landing. This is a better landing, so I think he'll be happy with what he's got there. And again, that was John Young, one of our Arkansas boys. Sam Barth coming up here. I just can't get over how absolutely talk about some shiny paint. I don't know if that's AirTech coatings, but you want to make paint fly, AirTech are the people, and they do it. Oh, nice!
Nice. He got that. It's hard to get much better.
Well, when we both get excited about it, you know it's a good landing. That was beautiful.
He
that
hit
was
the power
beautiful.
at just the right time.
I think he's trying to take home some of that Aviate Aircraft, Sun and Fun, Legend Aircraft, AirTech, and Grip Tie money home. He wants some prize money. He's going to buy some avgas. Oh, look at that. That's amazing. You come across the line, he's 2 inches above the line, 200 distance, and he still floats 10 feet, and he's only 2 inches above. Come on, Gary, let it in there. Get it in there. Oh, just a little.
He's still got one in the book, so doesn't
He's
he,
got
too?
one in the book, so he's advancing for tomorrow, hopefully. Hopefully.
Now, Jughead, can you tell me about this, we'll call it sexy jacket you're wearing? What is this thing called?
It's Tuxedo Tails.
Tuxedo Tails. Do you remember when it actually fit and you could button the front?
Yeah, unfortunately I do. It has been a while, yeah. Have you ever owned this nice clothes?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, let's head on down to the pits after the show, talk to Chuck, check out that NX Cub, or go find out what Aviate Husky can do for you. Now, besides the legend that you're working with here today, you ever had an experience with any other legends?
Yeah. Oh, you were talking about yourself. Yeah, you are a legend, aren't you?
Well, we got some of the legend aircraft coming up, and talk about, I mean, these are just, they took a classic design, they improved it even more, and they love to be a part of the national STOL scene here, and we're real proud to have them as sponsors. Can't wait to see their airplanes flying, and the young guys that are flying it, it would not be easy because, well, no flaps and minimum horsepower. You've got to do it all the right way because you can't just make up for it with the left hand on the throttle.
Jughead, we got to talk about an airplane that's coming up here because today was the first time I've ever seen a float plane compete in STOL.
Well, it's a Carbon Cub, so we know it's going to fly slow anyway. You get some of the benefits of the nose dragger with it sitting on the amphibious floats. So it has wheels that it puts down on the grass, and so that lets it rotate pretty early. It's going to give up some landing distance for sure, but he has absolutely been impressive to watch.
Well, and he can hammer. So he's got extra rudder control, right?
Drop him down for brakes. Well, coming up here, we got a Brady with his Carbon Cub. He's got 2 scratches. The Carbon experimental Super Cub of Jay Stanford.
What's so important? We have a competitor here that has scratched out twice. This is his.
Well, when nobody's watching, when there's no TV, when there's no crowds, when there's no competitors. Game.
Jughead, we got a school bus coming here with a couple engines.
All of a sudden, we got 2 of them in the lineup. That is, oh my God. Will be a decent takeoff for him. Okay, here now this Carbon Cub, he's been getting it. Across the line. IO 360, a little more than 185 horse. And it $9-foot takeoff. I bet he'd like to kind of get one
Guys. Oh my!
Wow.
Whoa! He
Wow.
rotated it, drug. Oh, jeez. All right. The guy's been highly modified Super Cub, big three-bladed.
Smokes. Can't be much more than 75 feet.
And it barely stayed airborne. I mean, he was at 3 inches for about 50 feet there, just
Feet.
foot takeoff. That is sweet out of Jay Stanford. And that, actually, that's mid-120s on the landings. Now we're Viking
Oh, a
engine
little early on the
powered
rotation.
He needs a landing to advance. So he's got to be conservative. A second pilot flying this a little bit later.
Method, but the reason I go with Jughead is if you look at a tail.
Oh, wow. He got that. He got that one well.
That tail high Jughead, that's less drag. What do you think?
There's the Colonel. How score? He knows he's got what it takes to move forward for tomorrow. As long as it turns into good Cajun food, I don't care. He's really showing what it takes today. Now, Jeff, look to our right here. We talked a little bit about it earlier, but guys, some guys are bringing it in steep. Some guys bringing it in really flat here. That was a nice. Down, preserving energy, and I.
don't just do STOL when you want to practice STOL, but make every takeoff and every landing STOL.
Absolutely. At least the vast majority. I still always want to practice my no-flap landings and be proficient at every kind of way I need to put the airplane down on any given day. But I would say 95% of my landings are very STOL-oriented. Okay, coming up here, our first of our light experimentals. Three mic here. This should be Mr. Cole Harris, young man flying the airplane that belongs to the Aero Club here at Lakeland Aero Club. Just a little Continental 85 on it, pretty stock airplane. Let's see what the Lakeland, Florida boys can do.
That sounds like it's at least 87 horsepower, not 85. Just a little bit of a bark to it.
He got it airborne with, he could have bought himself an extra 4 or 5 feet. That tail was still up in the air, but he's having fun, there's no doubt about that, because anytime you're flying that airplane like that, it's fun. I just think maybe a yellow airplane is more fun than any other color as it is. Now, what Cole needs to do, though, is he needs to...
Does he have any books right now?
He doesn't. Oh, that carpet up there, that was snorting. That was getting it done.
Is he under 100 foot there?
Well, let's watch this replay because I didn't see it enough. Acme shocks up underneath it, bounced the T3 tail spring once, twice, so he went a little bit early. 113. 113. Thank you to AirTech Coatings for bringing in those numbers. Here's the cubflying.com Legend Cub. Beautiful classic, improved, got the doors open on both sides. Watch the door. He'll start his takeoff roll, and just about it's getting ready to fly, the door will come up. And if you ever flown a Cub at speed, with the door open, when you start getting slow, up to stall speed, the door will start to fly up. Whoop. And now as you get faster, the door goes down.
Can you reach out the door, grab it, and flap it really fast, get off a little quicker?
Yeah, just on one hand, it causes you to turn. All right, and that was Daryl Hickman. Now we're up to Frank Mann, his Highlander. 52 years old, he's a motocross racer, decided to take it to the air without the jumps. Pretty nice, pretty consistent. And he's kind of been that way today. He's got one in the books. His takeoffs have been within 3 feet of each other. Here comes the first of those Legend Cubs back, floating it across the line.
Nice,
oh
I think he's got it.
That is how you win with a light sport toe brake. Beautiful job.
I mean, I don't think you can get
no
close
flaps.
to line.
No. That is as good as it gets with that airplane. Let's look at this replay. This is, come on, I want to see that score. Nice work there out of, wow. I think Gary was on that one.
Cole Harris.
Well, yeah, I'm having a tough time. We get too many pilots in the same airplane. Oh, just a little long, but that's okay. He's got one in the book. Good braking action. He's going to come in just past 100 feet. You really can't complain too much about that one right there.
Now this guy's doing a hard slip coming on down.
Well, he doesn't have the flaps. That's all he's got. He's got no flaps, but really cool lights.
I was going to say he's got a light farm on there anyway.
Now, low and flat. He's just going to be looking out the side door, keeping it flying, Give it some, going to need some gas. Going to need it. Pull it. Oh,
And that's Daryl Hickman. He made it.
He did. These two guys, they're making a contest amongst themselves.
Now, if these guys are running the toe brakes like we talked about earlier, I'm thoroughly impressed with what they're able to do with their rudder and then with your heel at the same time, hit the brakes.
Yeah, I am not a heel brake expert by any means. Score 223. I don't think I landed your 170 that short.
I don't think you did either, Jughead.
Wow. Good thing there's tomorrow still.
I know, you're sandbagging.
All right. Ooh, now this looks fast to me.
Oh,
And he still
comes up
hit it short, I think. I don't know. I haven't seen a signal from the line judge.
Well, that's Frank Mann. He's got one in the book, so.
What's this replay? Yep.
Yeah,
that left main 4 or 5 feet short. Definitely. That is too bad. Well, as they head on down to the pits, it is ready for our next group. But before we get there, let's tell you about the great people who are helping bring this wonderful event to all our flying fans here and online. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Central Florida Classic National STOL event here. Jeff Pohl here with Jughead Council. We're having a wonderful time. The flying and the competition is getting good. Jeff, these guys and gals are fighting for 6 spots tomorrow, and they're on their last chance of the day to make it happen, aren't they?
They are. Taking the top 6 from each class. So it's kind of a nail biter at this point. I mean, not everyone has the luck we have of only having, about 5 competitors in the class. This class it's gonna get tight, and it's gonna be brutal.
Yeah, they've got 13, 14 competitors out there for the 6 spots, and it's been a tough day for it. We've seen changing wind conditions. Everything today is different than it was yesterday. We're going to come out here with Gary Schmidt, the owner of Just Aircraft, proudly flying one of his Highlanders down from Walhalla, South Carolina. Slats, VGs, all sorts of nice mods on this airplane. You know, and the cool thing is you can just fold the wings up, stick it in a trailer, drive it home.
I wish I could do that with the 170 sometimes. Look at the beard on that though. That's a nice one.
Well, people saw he was kind of creeping forward on the gear there. That doesn't actually disqualify him or anything, but it does overall cost him about 3 feet on his takeoff, because he really doesn't get the full acceleration until he gets done with that creep. 153 feet though, and a nice impressive climb out. Thank you for AirTech Coatings for bringing those scores to us, shining like nothing else. When you want to make your paint fly, go to AirTech Coatings. All right, this Carbon Cub, Pistol Pete. We are back here with one of the favorites, I think, today.
Rotated just a little too soon, cost him a few feet there.
Cameron Simmons, one of our young guys out here. You know, it's not just an older gentleman or lady sport. He's only 24 years old, been flying since he was 18 fairly consistently, and while he's a grad student, he's making the best out of that Carbon Cub. Cameron's got, score-wise, you know, he's not doing too bad. He's got a good one in the books, so now he needs to come in and try to maximize this next landing. Jim Crane, he's also got one good one in the books. Carbon Cub down out of the northeast United States. Love that paint scheme. He throws the power to the whole airplane. Compressed on that left glass push wheel. Oh, and that was a nice takeoff.
Well, he didn't want to be outdone by the Just, did he?
No, he did not. Now here's a Missouri farmer, John Humbred. Cool little airplane. Great example of something you can build yourself in a couple months, to a year and a half time. If you got a good.
What's off the left wing there? Is that for mid-air refueling?
Yeah, that's his 360 cam. We're going to see some nice footage on his YouTube channel when he gets home from this. Now, he was down at Arkansas as well and did well with that airplane.
Look how much higher that tail is.
Oh, yeah, he'll pull it. He's already aft elevator. Sub 75 by John Humbred. He's done that all day. 70's been his longest takeoff so far. And there is another 70, so the man is consistent. All right, Christian Gerwin coming back in here. Fair Place, South Carolina. Oh no, I'm sorry. All these Just aircraft so good looking, they all look the same to me. I saw the white on the nose.
Watch the shocks on this main gear work when he comes across the line, chops the power. Look at that. Don't you wish you had those on the 170?
Yeah, maybe your door wouldn't have flown open every time I landed it today.
Maybe it shouldn't land it so hard.
Gary Schmidt doing it nice there. And he has, I think he's got a decent score there. I think he'll be all right with that. I think that'll get him tomorrow. He's been consistent, putting numbers up all day, no scratches. So goes to show just how easy it is to fly that airplane consistently. Nice flying machines.
I've never had the pleasure of flying a Just aircraft, but I can tell you that their climb out is impressive.
Okay, now here is definitely a higher approach than we've seen all day. Cameron bringing it in on a steep. This is probably up to a 4-degree angle now. There he chops the power. This is a different approach. I haven't seen this technique. We'll see how it works out. It's been fairly consistent there.
About 50 foot past the line, but you know what? He's past the line.
He might have just been going, I need to get a counter. Well, he had one counter in already, so yeah, I think he was just trying something a little bit different. Guess he's going to hope that they knew the first one was good enough to make it. Boy, those flashing LEDs up there, they just go to show that's some of the best money you can invest in your airplane as far as safety. It's good set of lights to be seen. This dark gray sky behind us. Tough to see those airplanes until he turned the hell all those lights flashing at us. Jim Crane riding it in smooth, a little bit of power. Is it going to carry enough? Oh,
A little short.
but I think he put the ride, obviously he needed just a hair more, but it's just a feel thing. It's just give it a burst, and that was so close. I mean,
With
that
the
could
winds
have
they
gone
were today?
50-50, could have gone either way.
Yeah, with the winds the way they were today, like you said, he did the right thing. He gave it a burst of power, but you never know what's coming down the pipe for you. It could have been too much.
Yeah.
Man, that was close.
That was so close. That was so close. Now, can we get another Zenith into the show?
He's dragging it in from about 300
He scratched
feet.
his second. His first was good, so he's good. Chop it. Oh, definitely went longer than he wanted. Actually, it floated on him a little bit, and then he had to add some power to it, cushion the descent, and then set down. Obviously long. He's not going to like that. He's not even going to stop and get it measured. But
He's like, nope.
I think his first score, a 70 takeoff, a 132 landing, for John Humbrett. I think that's going to get him in. Well, Jeff, that wraps up the third round of our experimental aircraft. It was good, exciting flying. There was a lot of surprises in there. Some people that came through at the end when they had to. Some people that were still rolling the dice trying to make it happen. And now it is time for the big boys and girls. And it's funny because they're actually the really little boys and girls. Lightweight airplanes, lightweight pilots, but some really hot flying coming on. We've got one of the masters, Steve Henry in Yeehaw 6, or Race 44, is out with his 300 horsepower Edge Performance Yamaha engine, and he is being challenged for the podium by a young lady, Jaden Newman. Almost knocked him off the first place podium at STOL. And now she's competing in her very first ever traditional STOL competition. So nerves have got to be a little hyped up.
We love our new home. There's so much space.
We have a guest room now.
But we have ants.
You're slouching again, Ted.
Expired. Expired. Expired.
Thanks, Aunt Bonnie.
It's a lot of house. I hope you can keep it clean.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Which helps us save a lot of money.
Oh, Teddy, did you get my friend request?
I'll have to check.
Aunt Joni's here.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Sun and Fun Expo Campus. It is the Aviat Aircraft Central Florida Classic, and we are ready, Jeff, to bring the high-performance light experimentals to the stage here. We've got the fan favorites from across the country. We've got some newcomers, and we've got some really weird-looking airplanes, and we got one of the most famous guys not flying his normal airplane, Hal Stockman, in something weird.
I can't even recognize him in anything other than a lawnmower, but...
Well, he does have his coveralls with his reflective stripes on the sleeves and legs, so you know it's Hal, and he's got that great smile. But coming up now, as we start off, Christian Guerrero, and he's got his Super STOL. He is staged, waiting for the air boss to clear him all the way up. Looking over to the right for those hand signals. So far today, he has got 2 scratches. So this is another one. The pressure is on.
This is the money maker, make it or break it.
Make it or break it. We going home on borrowed avgas money, or are we going to make a little money?
Well, he's giving her. Tail high, he's off.
912 Rotex powering that, 100 horse, and out of Fairplay, South Carolina. It's great to have everybody from the East Coast. A lot of the Carolina boys coming down here. STOL Aircraft and the STOL Bandits, a group that you just keep finding. This STOL Aviation is growing everywhere across the country.
And let's hope it continues to.
249 feet, could have gotten that a little bit shorter, but it's not the takeoff that's been hurting. He's got to make that landing work. Now we're back to another Legend Cub here. Looking at Cole Harris. Oh, he asked for everything, but that was just a little bit early. That little tail wheel kicking up the sand.
He's waving at us. You see that? He's
You're waving at us going, see ya. Let's let that chance get away from me. Oh, he does have 2 in the book, though. So 193-foot takeoff is his best. 243 is the best landing. Now, this champ, he's operating in the experimental category. I haven't had a chance to talk to him to see what all is experimental about it. But when he powers it up, it doesn't sound like any champ that I've ever heard.
Sounds like there's a couple extra ponies in there. By a couple, it's like 2 or 3. I mean, you can only fit so much in one of them.
Maybe the whole Clydesdale team. I don't know. Droop tips. He's got enough power to fly the tail on it. That's pretty good. Oh, but that one took a long time. So now we've got Tony Zorn, one of the most unique airplanes. It's almost like Dan Reynolds made a trip all the way down from the Yukon with this Challenger, but that's not quite it. This is the highly crazily decorated Tony Zorn, the Swamp Monster. It is a Woody's Pusher, 90 horsepower motor up top. It's got more weird flying surfaces, wires, cables, and everything else on it. It's kind of tough for Tony to land anywhere without first rolling the wheels across the water for about a quarter mile, but we'll see if he does it. There's enough swamps around here, he probably would find something. Got that pipe out there in the ready position, looking over at the air boss, waiting for the thumbs up. Tony has 2 good scores. He's been good and consistent today, so out just having a good time, having fun with it. Lyons, Georgia is where he calls himself home. There he goes, the tail all the way up. Parallel flying surfaces back on the horizontal stabs. Oh, I thought he had it when it first hit, Jeff.
It might have been just a second too soon on that rotation.
Yeah,
now, we should
it
think
was, but I sure thought it was going to be all right.
We should thank these judges across the way here. You know, these are high school kids volunteer to come out here and judge for us.
Absolutely, really. Well,
Yeah.
that's great, because, man, you just can't make anything happen. I know Sudden Fun relies on lots of great volunteers, so we sure appreciate it. And
maybe everybody could, like, give a round of applause
yeah,
for
big
them,
round
and
for
Hal
those
will
young
think it's
high
for
school
them.
kids out there for helping make the day go, and we appreciate it. Give them a wave. Here's Hal Stockman. You're used to seeing him in the lawnmower at Oshkosh and everywhere else, but there he is in an airplane that he's only owned for about 2 days, and he is figuring out how to max perform that little thing. He is having fun. As long as it has a Rotax in the front of it, Hal is happy. It's funny because he made his life living working on giant diesel mining equipment, and he has his fun working on flying the smallest of airplanes.
I hear he's like a mad scientist with those things.
He pretty much is. 184 feet. That is impressive because he was doing 268-foot takeoffs earlier. All right, let's see if Christian can bring it in on. He needs one, and he got it. He got it for the day. You notice he offset, too. Get into some fresh grass. Try to increase that braking action. He's going to like that number.
That's probably 145 there, huh?
That's a great landing. Oh, he used all of that suspension in that Highlander. That is beautiful. All right, next up here. Looks like Cole Harris is coming back in. Long and slow. Hold it up, hold it up, hold it up. A little power, a little.
Oh, doggone it.
Really nice, smooth landing, but it was just a little bit short.
Cole's got some in the book, so yeah,
he does.
Got.
Yep. Yep. All right, here comes our champ coming back in. Sean Stoltz. He's kind of the mystery pilot. He came in at the last minute, didn't give us any information on himself. I think he's just trying to sneak out with some of the award money. Beautifully flown, and it's such a good-looking airplane. It's cool to see the airplanes that came off the production line, you know, back in the 40s, still around and flying, and now it's got an old one flying against a new Legend Cub that's an improvement from the original design.
Now this swamp monster coming in, something I noticed, this guy down here between the wheels, what do you call that, Jughead? What is that?
I don't know. It's a flap wing type surface down below, but it's activated with this flaps. So it's using Newton's third law of equal and opposite reactions to deflect that air down and help keep the airplane airborne. It's not just Bernoulli providing lift, but that's what that was designed for. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for him on that one by any means. But he's got him in the book, so he could gamble on that. All right, Hal Stockton has been knocking the performance off this airplane. He was doing 500-foot landings when he started this 2 days ago, and now he's back down to much shorter stuff in the 250 range. The guy can hit the line so beautifully. I wish I could fly an airplane that I had 20 hours in that well. If I could fly an airplane that I had half hour in, I could beat you tomorrow.
No.
No?
I'm telling myself that anyway. I'm not letting you get in my head today.
Tomorrow's when it counts. Tomorrow's when it counts.
I got some tricks for you. I got some tricks.
You got some tricks for me?
Yeah. X-lax, boy.
Okay. What if I grip tie maybe I'll grip tie your door closed. Maybe that'll keep your door closed tomorrow.
Maybe if you don't slam it in, it won't open.
Got to do what I got to do to win. Well, we'd sure like to also do what we got to do, and that's thank our wonderful sponsors, Aviate Aircraft, helping make the Central Florida Classic the success that it is. Of course, it's all being enjoyed out there in live air show TV land. Everybody either log in tomorrow to watch it or get down here. If you're within a couple 100 miles of my voice, you have time to drive on down here and see what is going to happen, because we've got Jaden Newman, Steve Henry, some of the other unlimited, what we call light experimentals, getting ready to take to the skies. Of course, this evening here, we've got the air show routine, onboard images, providing us those great camera footages. Thanks to Mark and Angela for those. We had that camera on the 170 as well. I can't wait to see it. Steve Henry's Edge Performance 300 horsepower Yamaha snowmobile engine. You got those snowmobiles up there in Minnesota, but you call them snow machines, don't you?
No, they call them snow machines in Canada and Alaska. We call them snowmobiles where I'm from.
Oh, okay. You just don't have mountain sleds. You got those flat track sleds.
Yeah, we don't have mountains in Minnesota. We got hills.
Two?
Three.
Three.
Yeah.
All three. So what do we got going here? Let's set the stage here. Now, Steve Henry, he has one in the books. Jaden has two in the books, but they're long, so she's really got to try to get one out. Now, she's here for her very first competition. We've got the Carbon Cub, we've got a Just Highlander in this bracket as well, and of course we have the Legend Aircraft, mother of all Cubs here. Super highly modified, a really capable airplane. Shows up today with no practice at this site and just nails it in round two.
This is Jaden coming up here. This is the one that just about took Steve Henry out at Arkansas.
17-year-old young lady going to college out in California, flying all the time in between, competing in her very first traditional STOL. This beautiful LSA Carbon Cub. God, she flies it so well. She flies it consistently, which is a true sign of a professional.
Her takeoffs are absolutely consistent.
Now, I think one of the coolest things is listen to the sound of this Yamaha Edge Performance engine.
It doesn't even sound right.
Wild West aircraft. Steve can set you up with 89 on the takeoff for Jaden. It doesn't sound right, but it sure does sound.
It's a crowd pleaser.
You know something's going on when he hits the power. And today, I don't think he's pumping any nitrous oxide. So he's leaving some on the table.
Not much. That had to be 50 feet if it was an inch.
Nice, nice. And one of the great things about Steve Henry is not only does he put on a great show off of that airplane, but you know, he's built 7 of them. He's a dealer for the Just Aircraft Highlanders, and he's come up with more, you know, more modifications, more improvements, and more for that community than really anybody out there. And he's always experimenting. He's not always successful. I mean, Yeehaw 7 was an airplane built for the STOL drags, but he really found that it wasn't the best for STOL competitions. Oh, that was beautifully flown. That was maximizing that takeoff right there. Looking for, woo, that was nice. Tony Armour getting it done.
164 feet. You know, that Steve Henry, he is just so darn humble, isn't he?
Absolutely, but the whole family's kind of that way. That Carbon Cup, oh, he was going for it. He was going for every bit of it.
Early rotation cost him a few feet.
Now, you talk about how much people say, how much does it cost? When you pull it too early and pull all those flaps, in that case, it cost him 25%. So he got off at 100. He tried to get off at 75. And I know in my 170, if I pull it too early, I might as well just dump it.
It's going to cost you
back.
50.
No, it's going to cost me, it might cost me, like out on the riverbeds, it might cost me 100 feet. I might as well just dump it all back and go all the way to the end, just wait for those out.
Now, is this the second pilot in this airplane?
No, I think this is still our first round of it, so probably Luke Spohr, and then that should be John Wisdom. Luke should be flying next.
This one's John Wisdom.
Well, right there's that beautiful Aviat Husky. Oh, man. So glad that Aviat is a part of this program. They're a big supporter of not only STOL, but you know, they've been making great backcountry airplanes for years, and they just continue to improve them. They have refinements. Be sure to swing by, check for your closest Aviat dealer, and find out exactly what Aviat can do for you. Okay, Jaden, let's go. We have a good one on the line. Let's go. One more. This is looking good. Oh,
Just a little short.
Sorry if I screamed in the mic. Can you imagine, though? She is now, obviously she's practiced a bunch, but this is what, her 4th or her 3rd competition STOL landing ever?
3rd. Yeah, this would be her 3rd. It's impressive. I mean, I look at the amount of time that I have. I would not have had the guts to come out here and do what she's doing.
I know personally Steve will go out, and there's days that he will do 20 to 30 landings.
20 to 30 in a day, just
in a
sitting
day
the
to
pattern.
practice it.
That's what you got to do. That's how you get good.
Well, let's just sit and watch the master work.
Working it.
Long. It was long for him. And the thing I know for Steve, and he really stresses, I mean, his goal, he basically wants to hit the line plus or minus a foot. If he misses it by more than a foot, he really feels like he missed it, and that one was definitely long. He had some in the books, but he played it safe on there. He had one in the books. He went one more, 86.7 feet. Nothing like being disappointed by a terrible 86-foot landing. People have driveways that long. All right, here comes our Just Highlander back in. Tony.
Look at that AOA.
Oh, look at that. Out the side, out the side.
Too
He was
much.
short last time, and we asked a little too much for it again. So that's 2 scratches in a row on that, and let's see if Tony's first round was good. He's got a total of about 300 309 feet. So we'll see. That could be right up there on the bubble.
When you get an AOA like that, I mean, you're kind of out of options at that point. You're committed.
Yeah, you really are. And even if you get enough power onto it to keep it airborne, when that transitions onto the ground, all that transitions into forward energy, and then you got to try to dissipate that with the brakes. And so that's why I'm just not quite as big a fan as the super steep high AOA approaches.
There you go, rubbing your technique in my face again. I got you.
We'll see if it works. Oh, that was
Nice.
beautiful. Stable, nice, controlled the whole way down. Latecomers showing up and trying to take the money.
$107 feet.
Wow, that was sweet. Connor Simmons there. That was well flown, Connor. Okay, here's our other legend, mother of all Cubs. Mr. Wisdom a little bit long on that one as well. I think his last one was definitely a better pass.
Now that airplane was at Lone Star, wasn't it?
It was at Lone Star, yeah. Absolutely. And if I remember right, I think he found his way to the podium at Lone Star. So I don't remember his position in the category, but I do think he was a winner. Well, I know everybody's a winner when you're flying an Aviate Husky, and you just can't ask for a better airplane to go play in the backcountry of Idaho or Montana, or throw it on some floats and run around Minnesota, do a little fishing, put it on some skis, go ice fishing. Yeah.
I had a pair of skis and I sold them.
You would. You would.
You want to know why?
The T6 is high overhead. I don't know. Why would you sell the skis to your airplane?
Because my Alaska bush wheels wouldn't fit through them.
Steve Hendry showing off there just a little bit.
He's just keeping from wearing out the tail wheel.
Okay. You know, all right, so the STOL competition is winding up for today. We've got Jay Stanford out there in the running for all of it. Jaden Newman is doing well as a new rookie. Of course, Steve Hendry is sitting there and trying to fortify his position. The cool thing is in just a little bit of time, the air show kicks off in about an hour here at Sun and Fun. On behalf of Legend Aircraft, AirTech Coatings, Grip Ties, everybody at National STOL, and of course Aviate Aircraft. Jeff Pohl, thanks for coming up here and spending the day with me. You did a great job as a rookie on the narrator stand, and hopefully you don't scratch 3 times tomorrow.
I won't,
But
Jughead. I hope you don't scratch.
My name is John Jughead Counsel. It's been my honor to serve as your narrator. Stick around. Go talk to the pilots. Check out the airplanes. Go enjoy the air show this afternoon. And then be back here tomorrow. And if you can't, get on Live Air Show TV and watch it all as it happens. Tell your friends, share it on your social media. We need more people out here. It has been my honor. It's a great time, great day. God bless everybody. There's our F-35s that are going to be flying a little bit later. Tomorrow it is going to be the who walks away with the title. A couple cool things that are going to be flying here in just a bit. You know, we laugh. We'd never seen a float plane in a STOL competition, and now we got a second one. Aircam being flown down here by Mr. Jack Strollo, so that's a good deal. The mother of all Cubs is going with one more time. I think Luke Spohr is going to be flying that from Legend Cubs, so we're looking forward to seeing that as well. And then go down and check out that airplane. Find out what Legend Aircraft has for you that you can enjoy the skies with. The Aircam, unique airplane, originally a single-engine model, and it was being used for aerial photography when National Geographic said they wanted to work a project over the jungles. The pilot and said, I'm not doing that with a single-engine airplane, so he modified it, put 2 Rotaxes on it, turned into one of the best aerial platforms for photographing. Some people call it the flying canoe. I've had the pleasure of flying one on wheels. Yeah, actually a great STOL performer. I haven't seen one fly with floats, but I can't imagine it wouldn't be just incredible. It's such a fun looking machine, and it really performs well. So I'm going to enjoy that. And then
A little bit of advantage for Luke Spohr here. Gets to perform or gets to compete with not as much pressure. Everybody's kind of gone away. He just gets 3 on his own. So we're going to sit back and enjoy it.